Good evening, dear one. Are you tucked under your blankets or resting quietly in your room? Perhaps you sit in a dim corner, watching the night stretch softly around you. The world is calm and still. What hour is it there? Early evening? Deep midnight? Or the faint glow just before dawn? Tonight, each story waits like a gentle door. Step lightly. Breathe slowly. Let the first door open. Enter a quiet, magical world of wonder. There were 3 brothers in a small village. The oldest 2 were strong and clever. Everyone admired them. The youngest was called Dumpling. He was small, quiet, and often teased. Even his family thought little of him. Life for the brothers meant the forest. They went there to cut wood. It was hard work, but it kept the family fed. One morning, the eldest decided to go into the woods. Their mother packed him a sweet cake and a bottle of wine. She wanted him to have enough to eat and drink. The forest stood tall and quiet. Shadows danced in the morning light. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Suddenly, a tiny, gray-haired man appeared. "Please, share a piece of your cake," he asked, "and a sip of your wine. I am so hungry and thirsty." The eldest shook his head. "No," he said. He walked past the man, proud and stubborn. Soon, he struck the tree badly. The axe cut his arm. He had to limp home, wounded. Next, the middle brother tried. He also refused the little man's request, and, like his brother, he got hurt. Dumpling watched quietly. "Father," he said, "please let me go." He begged and begged. Finally, his father gave in. Dumpling prepared for the forest. His provisions were simple: a small, plain cake and a bottle of sour beer. His parents had low expectations, but he did not mind. He was eager to try. The forest welcomed him with quiet shadows. Birds chirped softly, and the wind rustled through the trees. Soon, the little gray-haired man appeared again. "Share a piece of your cake, please," he said, "and a sip of your drink. I am hungry and thirsty." Dumpling smiled. "I have very little," he said, "but we can share what we have." He offered the small cake and sour beer. As they sat together, something magical happened. The cake turned into a rich, sweet treat. The sour beer became fine, sparkling wine. They ate and drank, laughing quietly. The little man nodded in approval. "You have a kind heart," he said. "As a reward, follow me to an old tree, cut it down, and something wonderful awaits at the roots." Dumpling hurried to the tree. He swung the axe carefully and chopped it down. Beneath the roots sat a goose. Its feathers shone like gold. He lifted the golden goose gently. "I will stay at the inn tonight," he thought. He carried the bird inside, where curiosity awaited him. The innkeeper's 3 daughters saw the shining feathers. Their eyes widened in wonder. They whispered among themselves, eager to touch the beautiful bird. That night, Dumpling slept. The golden goose sat quietly beside him. Its feathers shimmered in the moonlight. The eldest daughter peeked through the window. "Oh, I must have one," she whispered. She crept inside. Her fingers brushed a feather, and instantly her hand stuck fast. The second daughter tiptoed closer. "I will try too," she said. She grabbed a feather. She stuck immediately to her sister. The third daughter ran forward. "Why are you stopping me?" she asked. She touched the chain, and she stuck as well. Morning arrived. Dumpling picked up the goose. He walked freely. Behind him, the 3 daughters shuffled along. Their arms were frozen together. They followed Dumpling like a living chain. Every step made them wobble and giggle nervously. The parson saw them in the field. "For goodness sake!" he shouted. He ran forward. He grabbed the third daughter. His hands stuck instantly. The sexton appeared. He tried to help the parson. He stuck too. 2 field workers saw the odd procession. They laughed and ran over. They touched the chain to help, and they got stuck immediately. Now 7 people trailed Dumpling. Left and right, they shuffled in a wobbling line. The golden goose led them like a small magical parade. The air was filled with laughter and confusion. Birds flew above, as if curious about the strange sight. The line stretched toward the distant city. A solemn princess lived there. She never laughed. She had no idea what awaited her when this comical parade arrived. The city gates opened. Dumpling entered with the golden goose. Behind him shuffled the 7 people, stuck together. The crowd stared in surprise. Inside the palace lived a princess. She was serious, quiet, and never laughed. The king had promised her hand to anyone who could make her laugh. Many had tried. All had failed. Dumpling approached the princess. The line of stuck people followed closely. The goose led the way. The sight was strange and comical. The princess's lips twitched. Her eyes widened. Then she burst into laughter. She laughed so loudly, so freely, that the whole hall shook. The courtiers gasped. The king covered his face in shock. Dumpling bowed politely. "May I have your hand in marriage?" he asked. The princess nodded, still giggling. The king frowned. This boy is humble. He is plain. How can he marry my daughter? He thought of a way to delay. First, he said, you must bring a man who can drink a cellar full of wine. Dumpling smiled. He remembered the forest. He went back and found a man, extraordinary and very thirsty. The man agreed to help. At the palace, barrels of wine were lined up. The thirsty man drank and drank. Barrel after barrel emptied completely. By the end of the day, the cellar was dry. Dumpling returned to the king. Now, may I have the princess? He asked again. The king hesitated, trying to delay with another excuse. The king frowned. I will not give my daughter yet, he said. He thought of another impossible task. You must find a man, he declared, who can eat an entire mountain of bread. Dumpling smiled quietly. He knew where to go. He returned to the forest. There, he saw a man. The man looked thin and tired. He sighed, holding his stomach. I have eaten all the bread I could find, he said. My hunger is still not gone. Dumpling nodded. Come with me, he said. You shall eat enough. They went to the palace. The bakers were called. They prepared the largest mound of bread anyone had ever seen. It rose high and wide, filling the hall. The hungry man stared in awe. Then he began to eat, bite after bite, loaf after loaf. The mountain shrank slowly. Hours passed. The man ate tirelessly. By the end of the day, not a crumb remained. The entire mountain of bread was gone. Dumpling wiped his hands. He turned to the king. Now, may I have the princess? He asked. The king sighed and frowned. He tried to think of another excuse, but Dumpling had completed the second task. The king scowled. This is not over, he said. I demand a ship that can sail on both land and water. Dumpling nodded quietly. He knew exactly where to go. He walked back into the forest. The little gray-haired man appeared. He smiled kindly. You have been generous and good to me, he said. I will help you one last time. He led Dumpling to a clearing. There, a beautiful ship rested. Its hull glimmered in the sunlight. It can travel across water and glide over land, the old man explained. Use it wisely. Dumpling thanked him. He carefully boarded the ship. It moved smoothly across the ground. Then it floated across a nearby river with ease. He returned to the palace. The king's jaw dropped. The ship sailed before him, perfectly on land and water. Dumpling stepped off, holding the reins proudly. The king sighed. He realized there was no way to stop him now. Dumpling had completed all 3 impossible tasks. The princess was his. The king nodded reluctantly. There was no more delay. The palace buzzed with excitement. Guests arrived from far and wide. Banners waved in the breeze. The feast was prepared. Dumpling and the princess stood together. She smiled warmly at him. Her laughter filled the hall. He bowed respectfully. She took his hand. The wedding began. Musicians played cheerful tunes. Everyone danced and sang. The Golden Goose perched nearby, watching quietly. Dumpling settled into royal life. He learned quickly, with patience and care. He listened to his advisors. He treated everyone fairly. The people loved him for his kindness. Years passed. The old king grew frail. When he passed away, Dumpling inherited the kingdom. He ruled with wisdom and generosity. The kingdom flourished under his care. The princess remained by his side. Together, they celebrated every festival and every victory. Laughter and joy echoed through the castle. And so, Dumpling, once small and underestimated, became a wise and beloved king. He never forgot the lessons of kindness and humility. He lived happily with the princess. Peace and prosperity filled the kingdom. The Golden Goose shone in the palace garden, and everyone who heard the story remembered it for generations. A simple, humble boy had changed the kingdom forever. In a faraway kingdom, an old king became very sick. No healer could help him. His strength faded a little more every day. His 3 sons were worried. They walked through the palace garden, speaking softly. None of them knew how much time their father had left. As they moved along the path, a small old man appeared. He looked strange, but calm. He watched their troubled faces for a moment. Then he asked, "What worries you, princes?" The brothers told him everything. Their father's illness, the failed cures, their fear of losing him. The old man listened without interrupting. Then he spoke of something rare, the water of life, a cure so powerful it could save the king. But reaching it would be hard, dangerous, almost impossible. The eldest prince stepped forward right away. He asked the king for permission. The king hesitated, but agreed. So the eldest rode into the mountains. Not far into his journey, a dwarf blocked his path. The dwarf asked him a simple question. The prince answered with pride and anger. The dwarf cursed him at once. The path twisted. The prince was trapped. Days passed. He didn't return. The second prince tried next. Same road, same dwarf, same rude answer, and the same curse. At last, the youngest prince stepped forward. Quiet, kind, often overlooked, but willing to try. The youngest prince set out at dawn. He followed the same narrow road his brothers had taken, moving deeper into the mountains. Cold wind brushed across the rocks. The path felt lonely, but he kept going. Soon, the same dwarf stepped onto the trail, small, sharp-eyed, waiting. "Where are you heading, young prince?" the dwarf asked. The prince stopped his horse. He spoke gently, without pride. "My father is very ill," he said. "I'm searching for the water of life. Please, if you know the way, guide me." The dwarf's expression softened. "Ah," he said, "you speak with respect. Your brothers did not." He reached into his cloak and pulled out an iron wand and 2 loaves of bread. "These will help you," the dwarf said. "Strike the castle door 3 times with this wand. Feed both loaves to the lions. And listen carefully. Reach the well before the clock strikes 12. If you miss the moment, you will be trapped inside." The prince bowed his head. "Thank you," he said, truly grateful. The dwarf stepped aside, and the prince continued. His journey was long, over hills, across rivers, through quiet valleys, and finally, over a stretch of open sea. But he held on to the dwarf's words, letting them guide him. At last, he reached the enchanted castle. Tall towers, shining windows, and walls that shimmered like silver. The great iron door stood silent and still. The prince lifted the wand. 1, 2, 3. On the 3rd strike, the heavy door groaned open. Inside, 2 enormous lions stood guard. Golden eyes, sharp teeth. But when the prince offered the loaves, the lions lowered their heads and became calm. They let him pass. He walked deeper into the castle. In the next hall, rows of knights lay asleep in shining armor. Not a sound came from them, not a breath. Time seemed frozen. The prince quietly collected their rings, as if guided by an unseen hand. Farther in, he found a chamber with a sword and a loaf of bread resting on a stone table. He picked them up gently. He didn't know why he needed them yet, but he trusted they had a purpose. Then he reached a quiet room lit by soft golden light. A princess stood inside, graceful, calm, and so relieved to see him. "You have broken the first part of my curse," she said with joy. If you return in a year, I will marry you. My kingdom will become yours." She pointed toward the castle gardens. "There, you will find the water of life." The prince walked through the garden paths. Birdsong echoed softly. Flowers shimmered with strange colors. He felt tired, too tired. A shaded couch stood beneath a tree, and he sat for just a moment. His eyes closed. He fell asleep. When he opened them, the sun had shifted. Panic rushed through him. He sprinted to the well, lowered his cup, and filled it with the glowing water. As he ran back toward the door, the castle began to seal shut. He squeezed through just in time, but the edge of the door caught him, tearing a small piece from his heel. He didn't stop. He just kept moving. He had the water of life. The youngest prince rode away from the silent castle. His heart felt light. He finally carried the water of life, the only hope for his father. As he crossed the mountains again, the familiar dwarf appeared. This time, he was smiling. "So," the dwarf said, "you succeeded." He nodded toward the prince's sword and bread. "These gifts are powerful. The sword can defeat whole armies. And the bread, it will never run out, no matter how much you share." The prince thanked him. Then he asked the question he had carried in his heart. "My brothers, where are they?" "They never returned." The dwarf's smile faded. "They are trapped between the mountains. Pride led them there." He sighed softly. "They did not speak kindly to me." The prince's voice was gentle. "Please, free them. They are still my brothers." For a moment, the dwarf hesitated. Then he lifted his hand. "Very well," he said. "But remember, they carry dark hearts. Be cautious." Moments later, the mountains shifted. The older brothers appeared on the trail, confused and pale. They pretended to be grateful, overly grateful. The youngest believed them because that was his nature. As they walked, he told them everything: the dwarf's help, the enchanted castle, the sleeping nights, the princess who had promised marriage in a year, and of course, the cup filled with the water of life. The brothers listened quietly, too quietly. Their journey continued, and soon they reached a kingdom ruined by famine. People were weak, families starving. The youngest stepped forward and offered the magical bread. One loaf fed the entire kingdom. Crowds gathered in hope. The king himself wept with relief. Then came war. An enemy army threatened to destroy what little remained. The prince handed over the enchanted sword. With one strike, the danger vanished. The kingdom returned to peace. The grateful king blessed the prince. Stories of the young hero began to spread far and wide. The same thing happened in two more struggling kingdoms. The bread brought life. The sword brought safety. Everywhere he went, the prince was welcomed like a savior. But not everyone rejoiced. When the three brothers finally boarded a ship to sail home, the older sons began whispering. Night after night, fear growing inside them. What if father gives him the crown? What if the princess truly marries him? He'll have everything, and we'll be nothing. Jealousy boiled in their hearts. One night, while the youngest slept peacefully, the brothers carried out their plan. They stole his cup. The cup filled with the water of life. They hid it away. Then they filled his cup with seawater. Bitter, harsh, useless. They looked at each other. Not a word spoken. But the betrayal was complete. The youngest had no idea. He still believed he was going home as a loyal son and a true brother. The youngest prince returned home. In his hands, he held the cup filled with the water of life. He rode quickly to his father's side. The king drank first. Immediately, his face twisted in pain. His sickness worsened. The palace filled with alarm. The elder brothers stepped forward, accusing voices. "You foolish boy," they said. "You tried to poison our father. We found the real water of life and brought it safely." They handed over their cup. The king drank. Relief flooded him. He felt strong, alive, well. The youngest looked on, stunned. No one believed his word. The brothers laughed cruelly. "Stay silent," they warned. "Do not tell tales, or pay with your life." The king's anger grew. He called his court together. The judges and ministers debated. The verdict? The prince must be executed for the crime of attempted murder. The youngest had no clue. He was led into the forest by the huntsmen. A ride through thick trees and shadowed paths. The prince noticed the huntsman's sorrow. "Friend," he asked gently, "what troubles you?" "I cannot tell you," the huntsman said. "My heart is heavy. I dare not speak." The prince pleaded, "Tell me truth. I beg you. I will not be angry. I will forgive you." Finally, the huntsman sighed. "The king has ordered your death," he admitted. The prince's heart sank. "Please, spare me," he whispered. "I will trade coats with you. You show the king my royal coat. I wear yours." The huntsmen agreed. They exchanged coats. The huntsman left, royal coat in hand, to display to the king. The youngest vanished into the deep forest. Safe. For now. Months passed. Then 3 kings arrived at the palace. They brought gifts, gold, jewels, and treasures beyond measure. "Thanks to your son," they said, "we are saved. The sword and bread he gave us ended famine and defeated our enemies." The old king's heart wrenched. He understood at last. His youngest son had been loyal, brave, true. He had saved entire kingdoms. Tears filled the king's eyes. He called out to the court, "Forgive him. Bring him home at once." The message was sent. The prince, hidden in the forest, would soon learn the truth, and the kingdom rejoiced in hope and relief, waiting for his safe return. A full year had passed since the youngest prince had set out. The princess waited patiently, her heart full of hope. She had a plan for the moment her rescuer returned. A shining golden road was laid leading straight to her palace gates. It gleamed in the sunlight, brighter than any path anyone had seen. Her courtiers were instructed carefully. "The true prince will ride straight along the center of the golden road. Anyone who swerves or avoids it is not to be admitted. Let none enter the gates falsely, claiming to be him." Word reached the eldest brother. He thought, "Surely I can claim her hand. After all, I helped my father before my younger brother." He approached the palace and saw the golden road. It sparkled brilliantly, but he paused. "It is too beautiful to ride upon. I must not ruin its perfection," he murmured. He nudged his horse to the right, avoiding the center. The guards watched closely. As he reached the gates, they shook their heads. "You are not the true prince. Go away," they said firmly. The eldest was sent back, humiliated. Next came the second brother. He tried carefully, his horse placing a foot on the road. But as he rode, he hesitated. "What a shame to mar this glorious path," he said to himself. He veered slightly to the left, trying to keep it intact. The guards saw the subtle deviation. Again, rejection. "Not the rightful prince," they called. He too was sent away, frustrated and defeated. Meanwhile, the youngest prince, hidden all this time in the forest, finally decided the moment had come. He mounted his horse. His only thought was the princess. The golden road lay before him. He did not notice its brilliance, nor did he care for the path itself. His focus was on reaching her, on seeing her safe and happy. He urged his horse forward. Straight, steady, without hesitation, right down the middle of the golden road. Sunlight shimmered across the path. The gates opened instantly before him, as if by magic. The princess ran forward to meet him, her face lit with joy and relief. "You are my rescuer. You have returned," she cried. The prince dismounted, heart full. He had passed the test, not by planning or cleverness, but by faith and devotion. The guards stepped aside, acknowledging the rightful heir. The stage was set for the final reunion. All that remained was the moment when father, princess, and son would come together once more. The youngest had triumphed. The elder brothers had failed. And the golden road shone as a symbol of truth, courage, and loyalty. The youngest prince rode through the golden gates. The princess ran to him, embracing him warmly. Tears of joy streamed down her face. "You have returned, and you have passed the test," she said. After a moment, she added, "My father has forgiven you. He wishes to welcome you home." The prince nodded. He could not delay. Before the wedding, he wanted to see his father. Together, he and the princess set out toward the palace. As they entered the royal gardens, the prince told the full story. He spoke of the water of life, of the dwarf's guidance, and of the enchanted castle where he had obtained it. He explained how the elder brothers had betrayed him. They had stolen the water of life while he slept at sea. They had replaced it with bitter seawater. When the king drank it, he had fallen ill once more. He described their accusations, how they claimed he sought to poison the king, how he had remained silent, out of respect and love for his father. The princess listened closely. She held his hand, reassuring him. The prince's words were clear and true. Word reached the king quickly. He summoned his court and his sons. When he heard the prince's account, anger flashed in his eyes. "Treacherous sons!" he roared. "They would deceive me and bring harm to their own blood." Orders were given immediately. The elder brothers were to be captured and punished. But when the palace guards went to find them, they were already gone. They had fled by ship. The sea swallowed their trail. No one knew where they had gone. No one cared to follow. The king's heart softened. He turned to the youngest, his true heir. "My son," he said, voice trembling, "you have shown loyalty, courage, and wisdom. You alone deserve my kingdom and my trust." The prince bowed respectfully. He had endured betrayal, survived deceit, and kept his integrity intact. The princess smiled, golden road, the dwarf's guidance, and the magical water of life had all led to this moment. Peace returned to the palace. The story of treachery and courage became known throughout the kingdom. The elder brothers were never seen again. The youngest prince had triumphed. The kingdom buzzed with excitement. The king had ordered a grand celebration, not only for the prince, but for the princess as well. Invitations spread far and wide. Nobles and commoners alike came to witness the joyous event. The streets were lined with banners and flowers. Music floated through the air. Laughter and chatter filled every corner. The people rejoiced, for they had waited long for peace and happiness to return. The wedding ceremony began. The youngest prince, dressed in fine garments, approached the princess. She wore a gown that shimmered like morning dew. They exchanged vows of love and loyalty. Cheers erupted as they were pronounced husband and wife. As the festivities continued, a familiar figure appeared. The friendly dwarf, once seen in the mountains, returned. Now wearing a fresh scarlet cloak, he walked among the guests. He nodded to the prince and princess, a silent reminder of the help he had given. The magical bread and sword, once tools of adventure, had served kingdoms and saved lives. The water of life had healed the king. All debts of loyalty and kindness were repaid. Tables overflowed with food. Musicians played lively tunes. Children ran about, waving flags. Everyone danced, from the youngest to the oldest. Stories of bravery, honesty, and perseverance were told and retold. The king stood proudly, watching his youngest son. He saw courage, wisdom, and goodness shining in him. He knew the kingdom would be in safe hands. The princess smiled beside the prince, her heart full of love and admiration. For months, and then years, peace reigned. Borders were secure, and neighbors honored the kingdom. The prince and princess ruled with fairness and care. No subject wanted for food, no village lacked protection. The friendly dwarf lingered for a while, watching the harmony he had helped create. Then, with a wave and a smile, he quietly departed, leaving the kingdom in joy and safety. And so, the tale came to its close. The kingdom thrived. The young couple led with wisdom and love, and happiness was shared among all. The adventure, the trials, and the courage of one humble prince became legend, a story told for generations of kindness rewarded, loyalty preserved, and triumph over deceit. And they all lived, as fairy tales promise, long, contented, and full of joy. The young prince held his bride's hand. He looked into her eyes. He was happy. Suddenly, a messenger arrived. "Your father is very ill," the man said. "He wishes to see you before he dies." The prince's heart sank. He turned to his bride. "I must leave," he said. "Take this ring. Keep it as a memory. When I am king, I will return for you." He rode quickly to the palace. His father lay weak and pale. "One last wish," the king whispered. "You must marry another king's daughter." The prince's chest tightened. He did not want to refuse. "Yes, father, I will obey," he said. The king closed his eyes. He was gone. The prince became king. Far away, his true bride heard the news. Her heart broke. "I want 11 girls like me," she told her father. "Same face, same height, same build." Her father searched the kingdom. 11 young women were found. They all dressed in huntsman clothes. 12 girls, ready to serve and protect. The bride mounted her horse. 11 companions followed her. All 12 rode toward the prince's court. She bowed before the young king. "Do you need huntsmen?" she asked. "I can serve you, and so can these friends." The prince looked at them. Handsome, skilled, disciplined. "Very well," he said. "I accept your service." They worked with precision. Every task was done with care. The court admired their poise. No one suspected their secret. The king owned a magical lion. It saw all things hidden. It tilted its head, suspicious. "These are not men," it thought. "They are women in disguise." The first test was set. Peas were scattered in the antechamber. The 12 stepped carefully. Their feet pressed firmly. Not one pea rolled. The lion reported. "They may not be fooled," it said. A second test came. 12 spinning wheels filled the room. The girls passed without looking. They held their composure. The lion spoke again. "They restrain themselves. Still clever." The king frowned. He began to doubt the lion's words, but he grew fond of his huntsmen. They were loyal, brave, and skilled. Day by day, they blended seamlessly. No one could tell their secret. The 12 huntsmen rode through the forest, bows in hand, eyes sharp. They moved with grace, alert and strong. The king followed on his horse. The huntsman led the way. Every step, every arrow, precise. Suddenly, a messenger arrived. "The bride approaches the court," he said. The first bride's heart leapt. She paled, then fainted. She imagined the prince seeing her, disguised, dressed as a huntsman, fear and love tangled inside her. The hunt continued. Birds scattered, deer ran. The huntsman remained composed, every move perfect. Then the king saw something gleam, a ring on her finger. His heart skipped. Recognition struck him. He galloped forward. "Wait!" he called. She opened her eyes. He took her hands. Joy filled the clearing. They embraced, relief and love mingling. All fear vanished. The truth was clear. The king thought carefully. The second bride had been promised to him. But there was no room for conflict. He sent word to her kingdom. "Return safely," he instructed. "No harm shall come to you." Harmony restored as it should be. The bride and her companions stayed. Their service ended, but loyalty remained. The prince's heart was at peace. Love, trust, and courage had won the day. The kingdom buzzed with excitement. Banners waved in the wind. Drums beat in rhythm. News spread quickly. All were invited. Nobles, peasants, young and old. The prince's court prepared. Tables lined with food. Horses polished. Music filled the air. The lion stood nearby. Its golden eyes gleamed. The king praised it once more. "Wise and true," he said. The bride arrived, radiant in her gown. Her 11 companions stood behind her. All eyes turned to her as she walked the golden aisle. The prince waited, heart steady, but full. He saw her approach. His smile never faded. They exchanged vows, simple words, spoken clearly. Promises of love, trust, and honor. The court cheered. The citizens sang. Joy spread through every street and hall. The lion gave a satisfied nod. Its wisdom had been right. Truth had prevailed. The couple embraced. Their union was rightful and true. Peace settled over the kingdom. Music played. Laughter rang out. Tables overflowed with delicacies. Children ran and danced. The day stretched into a festival of happiness. And in that moment, all knew. Love had conquered obstacles. Courage and cleverness had been rewarded. The kingdom rejoiced with them. Music played from dawn to dusk. Laughter echoed through the palace halls. Children twirled, nobles danced, and the streets were alive with color. The kingdom rejoiced. Peace had returned. Justice had been served. The prince had proven his cleverness and bravery. Tables overflowed with food. Jugglers and musicians entertained. Every corner of the palace was filled with cheer. The lion, wise and watchful, received praise once more. Its keen eyes had revealed the hidden truth. The court honored it with a golden collar. All acknowledged its loyalty and wisdom. The prince and his bride walked hand in hand. Their love was clear to everyone. No one doubted their union. The kingdom felt whole again. The 11 maidens, loyal and clever, returned to their lives. They had helped, but now it was time to rest. The people waved as they departed, grateful for their service. As the sun set, the palace glowed in golden light. Songs of joy filled the air. Stories of courage and cleverness would be told for generations. And so, the kingdom thrived. Love, happiness, and harmony were restored. The prince and his bride ruled wisely and kindly. All who lived there knew peace at last. The fairy tale ended as it should, with hearts full, smiles wide, and a world made right. The merchant was rich. He had one son. The boy was small. He could barely run. But he made his father smile every day. All the merchant's wealth was in 2 big ships. They carried everything he owned. He hoped to make more money. One day, a terrible message arrived. Both ships were lost at sea. All his riches sank with them. The merchant became poor overnight. Only a small piece of land remained. He walked there every evening. He tried to calm his troubled mind. One evening, a little black dwarf appeared. He looked rough and strange. "Why are you so sad?" he asked. The merchant told him everything. His ships, his gold, his ruined life. The dwarf offered a strange bargain. "Bring me whatever meets you first when you go home in 12 years, he said. "I will give you as much wealth as you want." The merchant agreed. He thought it would be his dog. He did not notice his son running toward him. The merchant reached home. His little son ran to him. He clung to his legs. He looked up and laughed. The father froze. He remembered the dwarf's strange bargain. A chill ran through him, but he told himself it was only a trick. Surely no harm would come. Days passed. 1 month later, the merchant went to the attic. He searched for old iron to sell. Instead, he found a heap of gold. His heart leapt. His fortune was restored. He resumed trading. He worked hard and became richer than ever. Meanwhile, Knowall grew, strong, clever, and bold. Years passed quickly. 12 years almost gone. The father grew uneasy. Worry lined his face. Sleep came slowly. Knowall noticed. "What troubles you, father?" he asked. Finally, the truth came out. The merchant had promised his son to the dwarf. The 12 years were almost up. Knowall did not shrink. "I will face him," he said quietly. They walked to the agreed place together. Knowall drew a circle in the dirt. He placed himself and his father inside. The little black dwarf arrived soon. He walked around the circle, frowning. He could not enter. He glared at them, frustrated. "Have you brought what you promised?" the dwarf asked. Knowall stood tall. "My father will not be yours," he said. They argued. The dwarf insisted. Knowall was clever. He found a solution. A compromise was reached. Knowall would be set adrift in a boat. The father's hands trembled. He pushed the small boat into the waves. The sea tossed it. A wave struck. The boat tipped. He thought Knowall was lost. He ran home, grief heavy in his heart. But the boat floated. A kind fairy guided it. She kept Knowall safe. The wind carried the boat over the water. Knowall sat calm, watching the sky. Finally, the boat reached an unknown shore. He stepped onto the sand. Before him stood a strange, empty castle. It was silent. It was still. But Knowall felt it held something special. He knew his adventure had just begun. Knowall stepped from the boat. The sand was wet under his feet. He looked up. A castle rose before him. Tall walls, silent halls, empty windows. It was beautiful, but it felt strange. No sound came from inside. He entered cautiously. Rooms were vast and cold. Cobwebs hung from the corners. He explored every chamber. At last, he found a white snake. It lay coiled on a soft cushion. Its eyes glimmered, gentle but wise. Knowall stepped closer. The snake spoke. "I have waited 12 years for you," it said. "I am a princess, enchanted by a dark spell. Only you can free me." Knowall listened carefully. The princess explained the trials. Night 1. 12 warriors in black armor would come. They would whip him, beat him, pinch him. He must not speak, not a word. Night 2. 12 new warriors would arrive. Stronger, fiercer than before. He must endure it all. Still, silence was his shield. Night 3. 24 warriors would try to kill him. They would strike at his head. Pain and terror would fill the night. Knowall must stay silent. At the 12th hour, their power would vanish. The first night arrived. Pain tore through him. He gritted his teeth. Not a cry escaped. The warriors raged, but Knowall stood firm. The second night was harsher. Every blow was sharper, heavier. He fell again and again. Not a single word left his lips. He endured, patient and silent. The third night was the worst. 24 men attacked. Fear, pain, and blood surrounded him. He was pushed to the brink. Still, he stayed silent. At midnight, the warriors vanished. Silence filled the castle. Knowall looked up. The princess appeared. She held the water of life. Golden liquid sparkled in her hands. She poured it over him. Strength returned. Life returned. The curse was broken. The castle seemed to awaken. Music, laughter, and joy filled every hall. Knowall looked at the princess. She smiled. They were free. A wedding was celebrated. Knowall was crowned king of the Golden Mountain. The people cheered. He and the princess lived in peace. Years passed. They had a son. The castle was full of laughter, joy, and love. 8 years passed. Knowall ruled the Golden Mountain. He was happy. His queen and son brought him joy. Yet his thoughts often drifted home. He missed his father deeply. The queen noticed. "You must not go," she warned. "Misfortune may follow if you leave." Knowall shook his head. "I must see him," he said firmly. At last, she agreed. But she gave him a ring. A wishing ring. "It will take you anywhere," she said. "Promise me one thing. Never use it to bring me to your father's house." Knowall promised. He placed the ring on his finger. In an instant, he appeared near his old town. The streets looked the same, but the years had changed him. He went to the gates. The guards blocked him. His fine robes seemed suspicious. He borrowed a shepherd's cloak from a nearby hill. Now he looked humble. He passed into town unnoticed. At his father's house, he spoke. "I am your son," he said. The merchant frowned. "Impossible," he said. "Our hell has been dead for years." The mother noticed a small mark on his arm, a raspberry-shaped birthmark. She gasped. "Yes, it is him." The family embraced. Tears fell. Knowall revealed his story. "I am king of the Golden Mountain. I am married to a princess. We have a son." The father laughed. "Truly a king? In a shepherd's cloak? I find that hard to believe." Knowall's patience broke. He turned the ring. In a flash, the queen and their son appeared. The queen wept. "You broke your promise," she said. She hugged him, pretending to forgive, but in her heart she was angry. she secretly plotted revenge. Knowall looked around at his family. He had found them again. But the queen's warning hung over him. He had crossed a line. Trouble was coming. Knowall walked with the queen along the shore. He led her to the place where, long ago, he had been set adrift. The waves had carried him far and wide. Now he felt the memories stir. He sat down on the sand, exhausted. He rested his head in the queen's lap. Warmth and comfort made his eyes heavy. Sleep came quickly. But the queen's heart was not at peace. She moved silently. With a careful hand, she took the wishing ring from his finger. Then she lifted their child. Without a sound, she disappeared. In an instant, she was gone. The child vanished with her. She wished herself back to their kingdom. Knowall stirred. He opened his eyes. The sand was empty. The waves whispered around him. He was alone. Fear and sorrow filled him. He reached for the ring. It was gone. Home was no longer an option. People would accuse him of magic. They would shun or harm him. So he set out to wander the wide world. Days passed. He climbed hills, crossed forests, and followed winding paths. At last, he reached a high hill. 3 giants stood there, arguing loudly. They were dividing their father's magical treasures. A sword that obeyed the command, heads off. A cloak that made the wearer invisible or take any form. A pair of boots that carried the wearer anywhere instantly. The giants saw Knowall. "Little man," they said, "divide these fairly between us." Knowall nodded. He studied each item carefully. He wrapped the cloak around his shoulders. It made him invisible. He changed shape, testing the magic. He lifted the sword, tried it on a tree. It obeyed his command perfectly. Then he slipped on the boots. The moment he wished, he was transported from one end of the hill to the other. The giants trusted him. He now held all 3 treasures in his hands. A smile spread across his face. With a thought, he wished himself instantly back to the Golden Mountain. In a flash, he stood at the gates of his castle. The giants were left behind, quarreling over empty treasures. Knowall had gained power, wisdom, and magic. He was ready to reclaim his kingdom. Knowall slipped on the cloak. In a blink, he vanished from sight. No one could see him. He moved silently through the castle gates. The halls were bright and festive. Ribbons and flowers hung everywhere. Music floated softly in the air. Guests were laughing and chatting. He paused. The queen stood near the altar. Her second wedding was about to begin. She wore a sparkling gown. A new groom waited nervously. Knowall's heart tightened. He stayed close, unseen. She reached for her plate. Knowall lifted the food away. She gasped. A sip of wine disappeared. Her eyes widened. Panic set in. No one was near. She dropped the glass and fled to her chamber. Knowall followed silently. The door closed behind her. Then he spoke. "Hiding behind deception will not save you," he said. The cloak shimmered, and he appeared before her. Tears filled her eyes. She sank to her knees. Her hands covered her face. "You stole the ring. You left me alone. You betrayed your family," Knowall said. The queen trembled. Guilt and fear overwhelmed her. She wept, realizing the pain she had caused. Knowall stepped back. He allowed her to feel the weight of her actions. Silence filled the room. The castle seemed to hold its breath. Then he walked to the hall. He raised his voice. "All wedding guests, leave this place." The people stared. The nobles laughed. "Who is this man to command us?" they jeered. They tried to seize him. Knowall did not panic. He lifted the magical sword. He spoke the command. "Heads off." In an instant, the traitors fell. Chaos ended as swiftly as it had begun. Silence returned to the castle. Order was restored. Knowall's eyes swept over the hall. The queen looked at him, humbled. The people bowed. The kingdom was safe. The Golden Mountain had its rightful king once more. The castle had fallen silent. Knowall stood tall in the grand hall. The echoes of the past weeks still lingered. He had returned. The throne of the Golden Mountain awaited him. The queen knelt, her pride humbled. She could no longer deny her actions. Knowall did not punish harshly. Instead, he offered understanding, tempered with firmness. Her heart and mind were forced to face the truth. She accepted the consequences, quietly and with sorrow. Citizens gathered in the courtyard. Word spread quickly. Their king had returned. The people cheered. They bowed, raised their voices in celebration. Knowall was no longer a boy lost to fate. He was their ruler, their protector. Order returned to the streets. Merchants reopened their shops. Farmers worked peacefully in the fields. The castle gates were secure. The Golden Mountain breathed again. Knowall walked among his people. He listened to their concerns. He promised fairness and wisdom. Every decision would reflect the lessons of his trials. Years of struggle had shaped him. He knew what justice, mercy, and courage truly meant. He returned to the throne room. Sunlight streamed through the windows, catching the golden banners. He sat upon the throne, steady and assured. The crown felt heavy, but right. It was a symbol of victory, resilience, and responsibility. The queen remained by his side. Their son played nearby, unaware of the past tensions. Knowall smiled. His family was safe. The kingdom was secure. He had reclaimed everything lost, not just land or gold or title, but trust, honor, and peace. At that moment, Knowall understood his true purpose: to protect, to guide, to rule with heart and mind alike. The Golden Mountain shone brighter than ever. From the hardships of betrayal and trials, he had emerged stronger. His story, a tale of courage, cunning, and compassion, would be remembered. And so, Knowall sat on his throne. The kingdom thrived. The people rejoiced. A new era began, shaped by wisdom earned through hardship. Crab was a simple peasant. One morning, he took a cart full of firewood to the town. A wealthy doctor bought the load and counted out 2 small coins for it. Crab stood near the table for a moment. He watched the doctor eat warm food, drink fine wine, and enjoy a life far above his own. The sight stirred something inside him. Why shouldn't I live like that too? He hesitated, then spoke softly. Sir, can someone like me become a doctor? The doctor looked amused. Still chewing, he nodded slowly. The doctor joked as he answered, Buy an ABC book with a rooster on the front. Sell your oxen and cart for money. Wear clothes that look important, and hang a sign at your door saying, Dr. Knowall. He meant it as a tease, but Crab took every word to heart. He sold everything he had. He bought the ABC book. He put on new clothes and nailed a fresh sign outside his door. People noticed the sign. They began calling him Dr. Knowall. And soon, he started treating small problems with great confidence, even though he understood none of it. A great nobleman discovered one morning that his gold had vanished. No chest was broken. No lock was damaged. The thief had to be someone inside the estate. Servants whispered in fear, but no one dared speak openly. Then someone mentioned a strange healer from a nearby village. People say he knows everything, the servant said. The nobleman seized the idea at once. He rode straight to Crab's little house. Are you Dr. Knowall? He asked. Crab swallowed hard, then nodded. Yes, my lord, I am. "You will come with me and find my money," the noble ordered. Crab agreed, but added quickly, "My wife Greta must come too." The noble shrugged and allowed it. Soon, the couple were sitting in a grand carriage, heading toward a castle far richer than anything Crab had ever seen. Inside the castle, a long table was already prepared. Crab and Greta were invited to sit. Servants walked in one by one, carrying dishes. The first servant stepped forward. Crab nudged Greta gently and whispered, "Greta, this is the first." He only meant the first dish, but the servant froze. He was the first thief. He hurried out in panic. "The doctor knows," he whispered to the others. A second servant entered with another dish. Crab again murmured, "Greta, this is the second." The second thief turned pale and nearly dropped the plate. He too fled. The third servant came in. Crab repeated his quiet remark. The man shook with fear. By now, all three were certain the mysterious doctor knew their guilt. Then came the fourth servant with a covered dish. Inside it were crabs for the meal. Crab lifted the lid and sighed. "Ah, poor Crab." He meant himself, tired and nervous. But everyone thought he was revealing another secret. Unable to bear the pressure, the frightened servants pulled him aside. They confessed everything, returned the stolen gold, and even offered him money to stay silent. Crab accepted, confused but grateful. He walked back into the hall, opened his ABC book, and flipped pages at random. A fifth servant hid inside the stove to spy on him. Crab muttered, "I know you're there. Come out." He was talking to the rooster picture he couldn't find, but the servant screamed and leaped out, believing he was discovered. And at that moment, Crab's reputation as Dr. Knowall became unshakable. Crab walked back into the great hall. His hands shook a little. His book lay open in front of him. He cleared his throat. "My lord," he said softly, "I have found the place where the gold is hidden." The nobleman stood at once. "Show me," he said. Crab nodded. He led the way through a long corridor, down a set of old steps, across a quiet courtyard. They stopped beside a patch of earth. Crab pointed at it. "Here," he said. "Dig here." The servants obeyed. Their faces were white with guilt. Soon the box of gold appeared in the dirt. The noble looked amazed. "You truly know everything," he whispered. Crab bowed his head. He did not name the thieves. He simply said, "Your gold is safe now." Both sides were grateful. The noble for recovering his money, the servants for keeping their lives. The nobleman rewarded Crab generously. Gold coins, fine food, warm thanks. Later, The same servants approached him quietly. They bowed their heads. They pressed another pouch of money into his hands. "For your silence," they whispered. News spread faster than wind. People said, "There is a doctor who sees everything. There is a man who cannot be fooled." Travelers came from far villages. They asked for advice. They asked for cures. They asked for secrets. Crab did his best. He spoke slowly. He nodded wisely. Most people believed every word. Money filled his home. Respect followed him everywhere. Greta watched all this with a smile. Sometimes she laughed softly. "My husband," she said, "the man who became famous by accident." At the end of the day, Crab sat outside his house. The evening light touched the wooden sign above his door. Dr. Knowall. He looked up at it proudly. He remembered the doctor's rich table, the day he wished for a better life. Now he was living it. And all of it began with a simple mistake. A man had 7 sons, and finally, a tiny daughter. She was so small and weak that everyone doubted she would live. The day came for her christening. In a hurry, the father sent one son to fetch water. The other 6 ran after him, each wanting to be first. They stumbled and dropped the pitcher into the spring. All 7 stood there, helpless, unsure what to do. The father's heart filled with anger. "I wish my sons were turned into ravens," he shouted. And just like that, the 7 boys vanished. Black ravens circled above, croaking in the air. The father was sorry, but there was nothing to do. He took comfort in his daughter. She grew stronger each day, more beautiful than anyone could imagine. Her parents never spoke of her brothers. For many years, she did not even know they existed. One day, she overheard villagers talking. Her heart sank. Her brothers were gone, lost because of her. She ran to her parents. "Is it true? Did my brothers vanish?" she asked. They admitted the truth. The little girl made a promise. She would find her brothers. She would save them, no matter the cost. The little sister packed only the bare essentials. A small ring from her parents, a loaf of bread, a jug of water, and a tiny stool to rest upon. She set out into the wide world. The road stretched endlessly before her. She walked through forests, over hills, and across fields. At last, she reached the sun. It blazed fiercely in the sky. The heat was unbearable. She ran away as quickly as she could. Next, she approached the moon. It was cold and eerie. "I smell flesh and blood," it seemed to say. She hurried on, shivering in its pale light. Finally, she came to the stars. They were gentle and kind. Each one sat upon its tiny stool. The morning star spoke to her. It handed her a small piece of wood. "Take this," it said. "Without it, you cannot unlock the castle on the glass mountain. There your brothers live." She rolled the wood carefully in a cloth. Her heart leapt with hope. She thanked the stars and continued her journey. The glass mountain loomed in the distance. Its peaks shimmered like ice. The door to her brother's fate awaited her. She approached cautiously, excited, yet afraid. She was determined. Nothing would stop her from saving them. The glass mountain rose before her, shining, transparent. Its door was firmly shut. She reached for the magical wood from the stars. It was gone. Her heart sank. But she would not give up. She looked at her small finger. A bold idea came to her. She cut off her little finger. It fit perfectly into the lock. The door clicked open. She stepped inside. A tiny dwarf appeared. "Who are you? What do you seek?" he asked. "I am looking for my brothers," she said. "The 7 ravens." The dwarf studied her for a moment. Then he nodded. "Wait here," he said. "I am preparing dinner." Soon, 7 tiny plates appeared. 7 small glasses beside them. The dwarf arranged the food carefully. The little sister tasted a small bit from each plate, a drop from each glass. She made sure to leave nothing wasted. But her ring slipped from her hand. It fell into the last glass. She froze. Her heart thumped. She knew this was a sign. Every plate, every glass. A step closer to her brothers. She waited quietly. Patience and hope filled her. Soon, the sound of wings would return. Soon, her brothers would appear. The 7 ravens swooped back to the castle. Something felt off. Each one looked at their plate. Each one looked at their glass. "Who has touched this?" they wondered aloud. One by one, they noticed small changes. A tiny disturbance in the food. A slight tilt in the glasses. Their hearts raced. The 7th raven reached the last glass. Something gleamed at the bottom. A ring. He picked it up carefully. Recognition struck. "It is hers," he whispered. "Our little sister." Suddenly, she stepped forward. Her small hand held her ring. Her eyes shone with hope and relief. Magic sparkled in the air. Feathers fell away. 7 young men stood before her. Human again. They rushed forward. Hugs. Laughter. tears of joy. The castle echoed with their voices. "We thought we would never see you," they said. "Never," she replied, her voice trembling. Together, they looked around, their hearts full of love and triumph. No words could capture their happiness. Hand in hand, they walked toward the door. The world outside waited. A journey home. Together, as a family, finally reunited. The morning mist hung over the village. 7 young men walked carefully, their sister guiding them. Every step felt like a small victory. The villagers stirred. Word spread quickly. People pointed. Whispers ran through the streets. "The siblings are coming back." At the family home, the parents stood at the door. They had hoped, but dared not believe. And then their eyes widened. Their sons, all 7, alive, and their little daughter smiling proudly. Tears rolled down their cheeks. The father rushed forward. The mother followed, arms wrapped tightly around each child. The family swayed together, laughing and crying at the same time. The little girl stepped back and began to tell her story. Of the glass mountain, of the stars, of the tiny dwarf, of the courage it took to free them. The brothers listened in awe. They shook their heads, amazed at her cleverness. "We owe you everything," they said. "We would have been lost without you." The villagers joined the celebration. Songs and cheers filled the air. Everyone praised the brave little sister. She blushed, humble yet proud. At last, the family gathered in their home, hearts full, joy overflowing. The trials were behind them. Together, they had faced the impossible. Together, they had returned. The hall was decorated with flowers and ribbons. A long table groaned under the weight of food. Candles flickered, casting warm light on happy faces. One by one, the brothers spoke. Each told of being a raven, of soaring high above forests and rivers, of the loneliness and longing. Their voices trembled at times, yet they laughed at the strange adventures too. The sister listened quietly. When her turn came, everyone cheered. She smiled shyly. The villagers clapped for her cleverness, for her courage, for never giving up, even when hope seemed lost. The parents' hearts swelled. Pride and relief shone from their eyes. They held hands across the table, thankful beyond words. Laughter and music filled the room. Stories and jokes bounced from wall to wall. Old wounds from years of grief seemed to vanish. Harmony returned. The household was alive with warmth and joy once more. The family raised a toast together. "To courage," said the father. "To cleverness," added the mother. "To love that binds us," the sister whispered. They promised, silently and aloud, never to let anger or haste cause harm again. The brothers nodded. They would protect one another. The sisters' bravery had saved them all, and from that day forward, happiness filled their home. The sun rose gently over the village. Birds sang. The air felt warm and calm. The family was together again. The house was full of chatter and laughter. No sadness remained. Every corner of the home hummed with life. The little sister had grown. She was now a wise and gentle young woman. Villagers admired her for courage and cleverness. Her heart was kind, her mind sharp. People often came to seek her advice, and she helped with a smile. The brothers returned to their work and studies. They explored the fields, forests, and rivers. They remembered their time as ravens. It made them appreciate their human life all the more. They laughed together and teased each other gently. Stories of the daring rescue spread far and wide. Neighbors spoke of the brave sister who never gave up. Children dreamed of adventures like hers. The village celebrated the tale as a lesson in love, courage, and persistence. At home, peace reigned. Happiness filled every meal. Love flowed freely between the parents, the sister, and her brothers. Evenings were warm with music and stories. The house was alive with joy. And so, the siblings lived safely. They laughed. They learned. They loved. Together, they faced life's days with courage and care. And in the quiet moments, they remembered the journey that had brought them all safely home. They lived happily ever after. Old Mr. Fox had 9 tails. They were long and proud, swishing behind him like flags. Lately, he had begun to worry. He wondered if Mrs. Fox, his clever wife, was truly faithful. The thought troubled him day and night. He made a plan. He would test her. So he lay down under the garden bench. He stayed perfectly still. Not a whisker moved. Not a paw twitched. He wanted to watch, to see how she would act. Upstairs, Mrs. Fox went to her room. She shut the door and sat alone. Her tail drooped. Her eyes were wet. She was mourning. Downstairs, Miss Cat tended the fire. She cooked quietly, her ears twitching at every sound. She wondered if anyone would come. Word soon spread that Mr. Fox had passed away. The house felt heavy with whispers. A sense of curiosity floated through the rooms. Then came a knock at the door. A young fox stood there, polite and nervous. He wanted to see Mrs. Fox. He wanted to woo her. A soft knock came at the door. Miss Cat tiptoed forward. She opened it carefully. A young fox stood there. He bowed politely. "May I see Mrs. Fox?" he asked. "I wish to speak with her about something important." Miss Cat nodded. "Wait here," she said. She padded up the stairs. Tap, tap, tap went her paws. She stopped at the door. She knocked gently. "Who is it?" asked Mrs. Fox. "It's a young fox, madam," said the cat. "He would like to speak with you." Mrs. Fox paused. She asked carefully, "How many tails does he have?" "One," whispered the cat. Mrs. Fox shook her head. "He is not the one," she said. Miss Cat returned downstairs. The visitor was politely sent away. Soon, another fox arrived. This one had 2 tails. The same dance began. Cat climbed the stairs. She knocked. She asked. Mrs. Fox shook her head again. "No," she said. "He is not the one." And so it went. 3 tails, 4 tails, 5. Each fox came politely. Each was measured and found lacking. Miss Cat repeated her climb. She knocked and reported each time. Mrs. Fox waited. Her eyes brightened slightly with hope, then dimmed again. The tension grew with each arrival. Finally, a fox appeared with 9 tails. Miss Cat gasped and hurried upstairs. "Madam, this one, 9 tails, just like before," she cried. Mrs. Fox's eyes widened. A smile spread across her face. "Yes," she said, "this one may stay." The cat opened the gates. Doors swung wide. Everything was readied for the wedding. Excitement buzzed in the air. But just as the celebrations were about to begin, a stir came from beneath the garden bench. Old Mr. Fox blinked his eyes. He rose slowly. His fur bristled. His 9 tails flicked in anger. He had not been dead. He had been watching. And now, seeing the gathering of suitors, his patience snapped. Chaos erupted. Cats and foxes scattered. Mrs. Fox shrieked. The young foxes ran for cover. Old Mr. Fox ruled the garden once again. Old Mr. Fox was furious. He leapt from under the bench. His 9 tails twitched like whips. Cats and foxes scattered in every direction. Miss Cat darted for cover. Young foxes dashed out the door. Mrs. Fox shrieked and tumbled backward. The household was a mess. Bowls overturned, blankets thrown aside. The garden smelled of chaos. Days passed, and then old Mr. Fox truly grew old and still. His time had come. Mrs. Fox retreated to her room once more. Her eyes filled with tears. Her heart felt heavy. Miss Cat watched over the house. She kept the fire burning. She listened for footsteps. She wondered who would come next. A knock echoed one morning. A wolf appeared at the door, polite and tall. "Good day, Miss Cat," he said in his low voice. "May I speak to Mrs. Fox?" Cat ran upstairs, knocked lightly, described him. Mrs. Fox asked about his small features. He did not meet her standard. "No," she said, "he is not the one." One by one, creatures arrived. A dog, a stag, a hare, a bear, a lion, all polite, all hopeful, all turned away. Finally, a young fox appeared. His eyes sparkled, his paws were steady, and his little nose was sharp and pointed. "Perfect," whispered Miss Cat. Mrs. Fox's face lit up. "Yes," she said. "He is the one." The room was swept clean. Old Mr. Fox's memory was carefully set aside. Cat moved the old fox's belongings. There was a playful reminder of his many catches, mice and feasts, but little thought for his wife. The young fox and Mrs. Fox stood together. The gates opened wide. Guests arrived, tails flicking, paws tapping. Music floated through the house. Laughter filled the air. They danced and feasted. The fire crackled warmly. Moonlight streamed through the windows. And if you listen closely, you might still hear the echoes of that joyful night. Mrs. Fox smiled at her new partner. The young fox bowed, and the story ended softly, with hearts full of happiness. The household was finally at peace, and the dance, the laughter, and the warmth lingered forever in that cozy little fox home. The forest was quiet. Morning light filtered through the leaves. A lone huntsman walked along a narrow path. He carried a small pack and his bow. His steps were steady, his mind alert. He was a kind man, humble, always willing to help those in need. Soon, he saw an old woman by the path. She was thin and weary. Her hands trembled. She looked hungry and thirsty. The huntsman stopped. He knelt before her. He shared the food he carried. "Eat," good woman," he said. "May it give you strength." The woman smiled faintly. Her eyes were sharp and knowing. "You are generous," she said. "Generous hearts are often tested." She leaned closer. "You will find a strange sight in the forest. 9 birds quarreling over a shining cloak. Shoot one. Take the cloak. Cut open the fallen bird and keep its heart. It will bring you gold and luck. The cloak will take you anywhere you wish to go." The huntsman paused. Magic and danger seemed near, but he trusted her wisdom. He tightened his bow. He straightened his shoulders. With a deep breath, he stepped forward. The path to the birds waited. His adventure had begun. The forest grew darker, thick with trees. Branches scratched at his shoulders. The hunter tightened his grip on his bow. He remembered the old woman's instructions. Up ahead, he heard loud, raucous squawking. Looking up, he saw 9 birds fighting. They clawed, they pecked, they flapped wildly. A shimmering cloak dangled between them. Each bird wanted it for itself. The hunter took a deep breath. He aimed carefully. The arrow flew true. One bird fell, limp. Its wings twitched once, then lay still. The cloak tumbled to the ground. He picked it up, soft, warm, and full of strange magic. Next, he cut open the fallen bird. Inside, a tiny heart glowed faintly. He carried it home, placing it under his pillow that night. Morning sunlight crept into the room. He lifted the pillow. A golden coin gleamed beneath. The next morning, another coin, and again the day after. Each day, more gold appeared. Soon, he had a small treasure. His heart leapt at the thought of what he could do. The cloak waited silently. He draped it over his shoulders, whispered a faraway place. In a blink, the forest vanished. He found himself atop a sunny hill. He could go anywhere, see anything he wished. After some days, he felt ready for adventure. The forest opened into a wide valley. A grand castle appeared, rising above green meadows. Sunlight danced off the windows. Its gates seemed both welcoming and mysterious. At one window, an old woman stood. Next to her, a young, beautiful girl watched the valley. They whispered and pointed toward him. The hunter carried gold and the magical cloak. The old woman's eyes narrowed with greed. She began plotting to take his treasures. The girl smiled sweetly at him, polite, gentle, enchanting. The hunter bowed, intrigued. He trusted her, unaware of the scheme. That night, while he slept, the girl crept in, quiet as a shadow. She lifted the bird's heart from beneath his pillow. Morning came. The gold no longer appeared. The hunter was puzzled, yet he continued to adore her. His heart was full of love and trust. He noticed nothing else. The old woman's eyes glinted with greed. The bird heart was gone, but the cloak remained. She whispered to the girl, "That cloak belongs to us." The girl nodded, pretending sorrow. She spoke softly. "Alas, dear sir, there is a mountain far away. All the diamonds of the world grow there. I have dreamed of seeing it my whole life, but who can reach it? Only the birds and the flies." The hunter frowned, then smiled. "I will take you there," he said. "Step under my cloak, and we will fly." In a shimmer of magic, they soared. The wind whipped past. The mountain loomed jagged and glittering with stones. The girl's eyes sparkled, but not with awe. She bent down, picking diamonds, tucking them into her folds. The hunter grew drowsy. A sudden sleep fell upon him. He slumped to the ground. The girl laughed softly, glancing back. With a whisper of magic, she took the cloak. She vanished, leaving him alone on the cold granite mountain. He awoke with a start. All was silent, vast, and empty. He tried calling, but no answer came. Fear and betrayal filled him. "What roguery is this?" he whispered. Striding giants appeared. Their footsteps shook the stones beneath him. One nudged him with a boot. "Who is this tiny creature?" they muttered. Another said, "Too small, not worth trouble." The third shrugged, and just like that, they left, striding away. He stared at the sky, unsure what to do next. A cloud drifted close, low and soft. It wrapped around him in a gentle swirl. Moments later, it set him down safely. He found himself in a lush garden. Greens and cabbages stretched in every direction. Hunger gnawed at him. He broke off a handful of bright, leafy salad. Immediately, his legs buckled. He looked down in horror. He had turned into a donkey. Shaking, he spotted another patch. Cautiously, he ate. His human form returned. Curious, he tested them again, nibbling one, then the other. Yes, one patch caused the change, the other reversed it. A plan formed in his mind. He would collect both types of salad, one to gain strength, the other for surprises. He laughed softly, thinking, "These will help me with my fortune." and my revenge. The hunter carried his bounty carefully. Bunches of the magical salads in hand, he approached the castle. Before anyone could see him, he smeared earth across his face. No one would recognize him. He looked like a wandering servant. Inside the castle, he bowed humbly. "Good day," he said. "I bring rare salad leaves from distant lands, powerful, magical leaves. One bite can change a life." The old woman's eyes glimmered. The girl clutched her apron, eager and wide-eyed. "Let me taste," they said, almost in unison. The hunter smiled quietly. He served the bad salad first. No hesitation. Instantly, the old woman fell to the floor. Her voice changed into a bray. Limbs shrank. She became a donkey, startled and confused. The girl hesitated, then took a few leaves. She too transformed, kicking and braying in surprise. The servant, curious, peeked in and nibbled a leaf. In moments, she joined them, another donkey among the chaos. The hunter laughed softly but firmly. "These will learn their lesson," he muttered. He tied them together and led them to a mill. The miller was startled to see 3 donkeys, but agreed to help. "Treat them as I instruct," the hunter said. "Old woman, stripes 3 times a day, hay once. Servant, 1 beating, hay thrice. Girl, hay thrice a day, no stripes." Days passed. The old woman could not endure the harsh treatment. Her stubbornness, cruelty, and greed finally broke her. One morning, she was gone, dead. The servant and girl remained, sorrowful and subdued. The hunter returned often, checking on them. Each day he offered them the good salad, a little mercy. He watched their struggles, noting lessons learned. Finally, he decided enough suffering had occurred. The remaining 2 had endured long enough. The girl, innocent at heart, and the servant. He would end their torment. He planned carefully, intending fairness and justice. The castle, once filled with trickery, was now quiet. His clever use of the salads had turned the tables. He smiled. The stage was set. Fortune and cunning would soon bring everything to a close. The hunter returned to the mill, salad in hand. He had saved the good leaves for this moment. Carefully, he offered them to the girl and the servant. "Eat this," he said. "Let it undo the wrongs you have suffered and caused." Both hesitated. The girl looked at him, eyes wide. The servant glanced nervously at the leaves. With trust, they each took a handful. Almost immediately, their forms began to shift. braying and small limbs returned to human shape. They fell to the ground, breathing heavily. The girl collapsed completely. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She clutched her hands to her chest, shivering. "Oh, what have I done?" she sobbed. "I betrayed you, everything you trusted me with, and all for my mother's schemes." The servant covered her mouth, shame filling her eyes. "I only followed. I did not understand." The hunter knelt beside them. He watched silently, his heart steady. He did not scold. Not yet. The girl lifted her head, her voice trembling. "I was tricked, forced, led astray. I never wished harm, never truly wished it." The hunter's eyes softened, but his lips remained closed. He let her speak, let the remorse pour out. It was important, she understood. Time passed. The cries faded into quiet gasps. The servant bowed her head, humbled. The girl wiped her tears, still trembling, but relieved to be human again. Finally, the hunter spoke. "Your hearts may be free now," he said. "But remember, trust once broken is not easily mended. The lesson remains." The girl nodded, ashamed but grateful. The servant did the same. Outside, the wind rustled the trees. A new day had begun. Light filtered into the mill yard. For the first time in many days, there was peace. The hunter smiled faintly. He had used wit, patience, and a little magic to restore balance. The first stage of justice was complete. The curse lifted. The wrongs reversed. And now, the final chapter of this adventure could begin. The girl sat on the edge of the yard, hands trembling. Her eyes were red, her voice barely above a whisper. "Please, forgive me," she said. "I never meant to hurt you. Truly." The hunter looked at her. He remembered everything. The bird's heart, stolen. The gold that disappeared under his pillow. The cloak, taken from him. The mountains, the diamonds, the spell that left him stranded. All of it. Every betrayal. Every moment of helplessness. Yet he also remembered her innocence, the way she had smiled before the schemes, her quiet kindness at unexpected moments, the way her eyes had genuinely sought to help him before manipulation took hold. He took a deep breath. "Do you understand how much trust was broken?" he asked. "I do," she said softly. "I feel it every day. The guilt, the shame." Her voice grew steadier. "I want to be different. I want to be worthy of your trust, if you can still give it." The hunter studied her carefully. He saw sincerity in every movement, every falter of her voice, every tear was true. Slowly, he nodded. "Then I forgive you," he said. "Not for what you did, but for who you truly are, and for the courage to change." Relief washed over her. She bowed her head, lips quivering. I have come to care for you," she whispered. "Not as part of a scheme, but as I truly feel." The hunter's face softened. He offered a faint smile, one of hope and understanding. From that moment, they began to rebuild trust. Step by careful step, small conversations, shared tasks in the garden. Laughter returned, gentle and cautious. Patience and care guided them forward. Outside, the sun climbed higher. Birds chirped. A gentle breeze rustled the trees. The past remained, but the future felt bright. Two hearts, once divided by trickery and greed, now worked slowly toward each other. A bond formed, not by magic, but by honesty, courage, and forgiveness. The first phase of reconciliation was complete. Now, only one final step remained before happiness could be fully claimed. The hunter returned to the castle, but this time he was no longer a wandering servant. He carried the cloak over his shoulder and the diamonds safely tucked away. Word of his cleverness and fairness had spread. Even the villagers whispered his name with respect. The girl stepped beside him. She no longer wore the timid expression of the past. Her eyes shone with a new resolve. She had chosen to leave her old life behind. No more deceit, no more schemes. Only a chance to live honestly and to be by his side. Together, they entered the castle. The halls felt different now, light and open. No shadow of trickery remained. They restored order to the household. Servants and animals alike saw kindness and fairness in their new rulers. The hunter hung the cloak in a safe corner. He smiled at it, not for its power, but for the lessons it carried. It reminded him of danger, courage, and cleverness. The diamonds he left untouched, a reward for perseverance, and the good salad, hidden carefully, became a silent token of survival and wit. They decided to marry. It was a small ceremony, filled with laughter, gentle music, and the warmth of friends. The forest, the mountains, and even the vegetable garden seemed to celebrate with them. After the wedding, they traveled together using the cloak. Across mountains, forests, and sparkling rivers. Each place they visited brought new wonders, but also safety, for they carried wisdom and caution with them. And yet, they never forgot the lessons of the past. Kindness could open doors. Caution could save a life. Mercy could heal hearts. Sometimes they would sit together quietly. He would glance at the hidden salad. She would smile, remembering how a single choice could change everything. The castle, the garden, the diamonds, and the cloak. These were treasures. But the greatest treasure was trust, love, and the courage to forgive. And so they lived happily, not only in wealth or power, but in wisdom and understanding. Their story spread quietly through the land, a gentle reminder. A kind heart, careful eyes, and a forgiving soul can conquer even the trickiest of fates. A father had 2 sons. The elder was clever and skilled. The younger, not so much. He was slow to learn. People laughed at him. Even his own family doubted him. At night, people told ghost stories. They shivered and said, "It makes me shudder." The boy listened. He felt nothing. "I do not shudder," he thought. "Perhaps I should learn." He asked his father, "I want to learn how to shudder." The father sighed. The elder brother chuckled. "You will never amount to anything," he thought. One day, the sexton came. The father complained about the boy. The sexton said, "I can teach him to shudder." That night, he led the boy to the church tower. A white figure appeared on the stairs. The boy did not panic. He pushed it aside. He rang the bell. The sexton fell and broke his leg. The father scolded him. The boy stayed calm. "I am innocent," he said. The father gave him 50 tollers. "Go into the world. Learn your lesson. Keep who you are a secret," he said. The boy smiled. He was ready to find out what it meant to truly shudder. The youth walked along the dusty highway. He repeated the words to himself. "If only I could shudder. If only I could feel it." The road was quiet. The wind blew through the trees. Birds settled into their nests for the night. The young man's footsteps echoed on the hard path. A man appeared from the roadside. He wore a long coat and a hat pulled low. "Where are you going?" the man asked. "I wish to learn how to shudder," the youth replied. The man raised an eyebrow. "Shudder?" he said. "Follow me. Look there, on the hill. The gallows. 7 men hang there. Sit beneath them tonight. Watch. Perhaps you will learn fear." The youth thanked him. He nodded and continued on. He reached the base of the hill as the sun sank behind the horizon. Shadows stretched across the road. The air grew colder with each passing minute. He made a small fire. The flames danced in the dark. The wind hissed past him. He shivered, but it was from the cold, not fear. When midnight arrived, he climbed the ladders to the gallows. The ropes creaked beneath the weight of the hanged men. Their faces were pale, their bodies stiff. The moon cast long shadows over their silent forms. The youth thought of their suffering. "If you are cold up there," he whispered, "how must you shiver?" He began to untie them, one by one. He lowered each carefully to the ground. He laid them near the fire. The old rags on the men caught flames. He grabbed each man in turn, rehung them safely to prevent further danger. All night, he worked tirelessly. All night, he felt no fear, only concern, only duty. Morning came. The sun touched his face. He packed his things and continued. A wagoner approached him. "Who are you?" the man asked. "I wish to learn to shudder," the youth replied. The wagoner laughed. "You are a strange one," he said. "Follow me. I will take you to a place where you may learn." They walked until evening. The youth arrived at an inn. The host stared at him. "Do you intend to stay?" he asked. "Yes," said the youth. "If I could shudder, this might be the place." The hostess whispered about a haunted castle nearby. "3 nights," she said. "Endure them, and you may learn fear. The king promises his daughter to the brave. Treasures are guarded inside." The youth's heart beat faster. Dark corridors, strange noises, shadows on the walls. He imagined it all. This was the chance he had waited for. He asked questions about rooms, about spirits, about traps. "Prepare well," the innkeepers warned. "Only the bold survive 3 nights." He tucked the tollers carefully into his pocket, repeated his mantra. "If only I could shudder. If only I could feel it." He felt both excitement and fear. He took a deep breath and set out toward the castle, toward the unknown, toward the lessons of fear itself. The youth arrived at the castle as the sun dipped below the horizon. Tall towers loomed above him. Shadows stretched across the stone walls. A chill ran through the air. He carried with him his firewood, a turning lathe, a cutting board, and a knife. He laid them carefully in a corner of the first room. "This will be enough," he said. He built a small fire. Its flames flickered and danced. The warmth eased some of the cold from the stone floor. At first, all was still. The castle seemed empty. He breathed deeply and whispered, "If only I could shudder." Suddenly, a loud meow echoed through the hall. 2 black cats leapt from the shadows. Their eyes glowed like embers. Their claws scratched the floor. They hissed and circled him. The youth reacted quickly. He grabbed the cutting board and held it over the cat's claws. He restrained them one by one. Then he struck. The cats fell silent. He threw them out into the moat. He thought it was over, but more came. Cats and black dogs, some with red-hot chains, rushed toward the fire. They tried to topple it. They clawed, jumped, and barked. The youth remained calm. He swung the knife with precision. He cleared each animal carefully. Step by step, he restored order. The fire blazed again. He breathed and nodded. "Now," he said, "I can sit by the fire." Exhausted, he settled down. He watched the flames. The sound of chains faded. For the first time, he allowed his eyes to close. Sleep came slowly, but finally. Morning light streamed through the windows. The king arrived to check on him. "Have you learned to shudder?" he asked. "No," replied the youth. "I handled everything calmly. No fear yet." The second night came. The youth sat again by the fire. His heart beat faster, expecting the unknown. The castle grew silent. Then, at midnight, a strange noise erupted. Uproar and clanging filled the halls. From the corners of the room, pieces of half-men tumbled in. Legs, arms, and torsos joined together to form figures. Grotesque faces stared at him. Then other parts arrived. Soon, 9 complete men stood before him, their faces twisted and horrible. Next came an even stranger sight. Dead men's legs and 2 skulls were placed in a row. They played a game like 9 pins. The youth stepped forward. "May I join?" he asked. "Yes, if you have money," said one figure. He took the skulls in his hands. He smoothed the edges carefully. "They will roll better now," he said. He played the game. He lost some coins. The dead figures laughed silently. Even in the face of horror, he remained calm. He cleaned up after the game. He tended the fire. He even allowed himself to sit and watch the flames. Sleep came again before dawn. Morning arrived. The king checked once more. "Have you shuddered now?" The youth shook his head. "I cannot," he said. "The half-men, the games, the animals, none of it caused me fear. I only watched. I only acted." He whispered to himself again. "If only I could shudder. If only I could feel it." Frustration rose, but determination did too. He would not give up. He would endure the third night. He would learn what shuddering meant, no matter what came. The third night came. The youth sat by his fire, his heart steady. He whispered to himself again, "If only I could shudder." Midnight struck. A group of 6 tall men entered the room. They carried a coffin. The youth's eyes widened. Inside lay his little cousin, recently dead. He felt no fear. He approached the coffin carefully. He touched the cold face. "I will warm you," he said. He lifted the body gently, laid him on his chest. He rubbed the arms, tried to restore warmth and circulation. Slowly, the dead boy stirred. The youth smiled. But suddenly, the revived cousin screamed and tried to strangle him. "What?" said the youth, startled. "You repay kindness this way?" He acted quickly. He lifted the cousin back into the coffin, secured the lid. The men took the coffin and carried it away again. The youth shook his head. Even touching death, even reviving it, did not make him shudder. He sat back by the fire. His face was calm. He whispered again, "If only I could shudder." Then a new figure appeared. A tall old man with a long white beard. His face was stern, eyes sharp. "You rat," the old man said, "you shall soon learn fear. You shall die." The youth stood firm. "Not so fast," he said. "If I am to die, I must have a say in it." The old man laughed. He led the youth through dark passages. They reached a smith's forge. The old man struck an anvil with a mighty blow. "You cannot do better than that," he boasted. The youth picked up another anvil. He swung his axe and split it cleanly. The old man's beard was caught in the crack. "Now I have you," said the youth. "Now it is your turn to die." He grabbed an iron bar. He struck the old man until he cried out for mercy. The old man begged to be spared. He offered great riches in return. The youth let him go. The old man led him to a cellar. 3 chests of gold were placed before him. "One part is for the poor, one for the king, and one is yours," he said. Midnight passed. The old man vanished into darkness. The youth was alone. He found his way back to the fire and slept. He felt peaceful. Morning came. The king arrived to check. "Have you learned what shuddering is?" The youth shook his head. "No," he said. "I faced the dead. I faced the old man. I held my cousin. I handled gold. I felt nothing. I do not know how to shudder." The king looked astonished. He offered his daughter's hand in marriage. He praised the youth's bravery. He celebrated the treasure he had earned. Still, the youth wondered. He did not understand fear yet. He still wished, desperately, to shudder. And so he whispered one last time before leaving the castle. If only I could shudder. If only I could know fear. The youth married the king's daughter. The palace was bright, full of life. He moved in quietly, carrying nothing but his thoughts. He settled into his new room. By day, he helped the king in small matters. By night, he sat by the fire and whispered to himself, "If only I could shudder. If only I could know what it truly feels like." The queen watched him closely. She noticed the way he muttered, almost like a song. She frowned sometimes. "It is strange," she said. "He has faced ghosts, the dead, and even the old man's challenges. Yet he still wants to shudder." The household noticed it too. The maids and servants whispered among themselves. Some laughed quietly. Some shook their heads in disbelief. Even the palace guards wondered at his strange curiosity. One maid, however, felt concern. She approached the queen. "I will help him," she said. "He wishes to learn what shuddering is. Surely we can give him a lesson he will never forget." The queen agreed reluctantly. She allowed the maid to plan her little scheme. The youth, meanwhile, continued with his routines. He ate, he walked in the gardens, he trained lightly in the courtyard. Yet the words always returned to him. "If I could but shudder. If I could but shudder." Even the king noticed. He spoke gently to his new son-in-law. "You have seen many dangers, my son. You have rescued the dead, faced strange creatures, and won treasures beyond measure. Is there anything more you seek?" The youth smiled faintly. "It is not gold I seek. It is not comfort or fame. I wish only to know what it feels like to truly shudder." Days passed. The youth maintained his calm, yet his desire grew stronger. At night, he walked in the quiet palace corridors. He listened to the wind, the rustling curtains, the distant owls. Yet fear never came. The maid, meanwhile, prepared quietly by the stream near the garden. She caught buckets of cold water and a load of small fish. She planned to surprise the youth while he slept. Her goal? To awaken the shuddering he longed for. That night, the youth went to bed, still repeating his mantra softly. "If I could but shudder. If only I could shudder." Unaware, the maid crept silently to his room. She carried the bucket with careful hands. The queen watched from a distance, curious and anxious. The palace was still, waiting for the moment that would finally teach the youth what it meant to feel true fear. And so, the stage was set. The youth's curiosity, his bravery, and his calm would soon meet a challenge unlike any he had faced before. The first step toward learning what it truly meant to shudder was ready to begin. The night was quiet. The palace lay in darkness. Only the moon shone through the high windows. The maid moved carefully. She carried a large bucket. Inside were cold water and small, wriggling gudgeons. She walked softly to the youth's room. Every step was measured. She did not want to wake the household. The youth slept soundly. His breath was steady. His chest rose and fell in rhythm. The maid whispered to herself, "This will teach him what he has been seeking these years." She lifted the bucket. The cold water glistened in the moonlight. The gudgeons squirmed inside. She paused for a moment. Then she tipped the bucket. The water poured over the youth. It drenched him completely. The fish wriggled and splashed. The youth shot upright. He gasped. His teeth chattered. His skin prickled. A shiver ran down his spine. "Oh!" he cried. What is this?" He shook from head to toe. He had never felt anything like it before. Cold, surprise, and sudden shock hit him all at once. It was strange. It was new. It was exactly what he had been seeking. The maid watched quietly from the doorway. She smiled. Finally, he had learned to shudder. The youth leapt from the bed. He rubbed his arms. He shook his hands. Yet the feeling did not leave him. It lingered in every nerve. Every hair stood on end. His heart beat faster. He looked around. He laughed nervously. He could not believe it. Is this shuddering?" he whispered. The maid nodded softly. "Yes," she said. "You have learned at last." The youth's eyes shone. He felt a mixture of relief and amazement. All the strange adventures, the ghosts, the dead, the beasts, and the challenges, all of it had not caused this. But now, at last, he knew what it meant. He shook once more, then smiled. He felt alive in a new way. He felt aware of every sensation. The shuddering had awakened him. It had taught him something no treasure, no battle, no ghost could. The maid withdrew quietly. The youth dried himself. He sat by the fire for a while. He remembered his journey. Every step that had brought him here, every trial, every strange creature, every challenge. And now he understood. In the morning, he went to the queen. He bowed deeply. "I have learned it," he said simply. "I finally understand shuddering." The queen smiled. The palace felt lighter. Even the sun seemed brighter that day. The youth had set out to learn fear. He had faced death, ghosts, and horrors. He had remained calm through it all. But it was a simple trick, a small surprise in the night that finally taught him. He understood the sensation of shuddering. It was strange. It was powerful. It made him laugh and shiver at the same time. From that night on, he would never forget it, and he carried the lesson with him always. A reminder that true experience sometimes comes in the simplest, most unexpected ways. The sun rose over the palace. Birds sang in the gardens. The youth, now married to the king's daughter, sat by the window. He looked out over the kingdom. His mind wandered to the long journey he had undertaken. He thought of the gallows and the hanged men. He remembered the black cats and dogs, the half-men, and the dead cousin. He recalled the bearded old man and the 3 chests of gold. Every trial had tested him, yet nothing had made him shudder. He smiled softly. He realized why. He had approached every challenge with reason, calm, and curiosity. Practical problem-solving had carried him through the horrors. Yet, shuddering had remained beyond his grasp. He remembered the final lesson: the maid, the bucket, the cold water, and the wriggling fish. It was simple. It was unexpected. It was enough to awaken the sensation he had sought. He laughed quietly to himself. The feeling of shuddering now blended with amusement. It was no longer a mystery. It was a memory of curiosity, courage, and patience. A reminder that sometimes knowledge comes in ways even clever minds cannot foresee. The youth turned to the queen. She watched him with a gentle smile. "Have you learned your lesson?" she asked. He nodded. "Yes," he said. "Not only what it is to shudder, but what it means to endure, to persist, and to observe the world carefully, to face danger calmly, yet remain open to learning." The queen's eyes sparkled. "Then you are truly wise," she said. "The treasure you won, the hands of courage you showed, they are yours. But more than that, your wisdom is your greatest reward." He looked around the palace. The gold and jewels from the chests gleamed. He had earned them, but they were secondary. His marriage, the companionship of the queen, and the knowledge he had gained were far more precious. He thought of all the people he had met along the way: the man by the gallows, the wagoner, the innkeeper, and the maid. Each had played a role in his understanding. He realized life itself was a teacher, sometimes harsh, sometimes subtle. Patience and attentiveness were as vital as bravery. He rose and walked into the palace gardens. The air was fresh. The flowers smelled sweet. The kingdom seemed calm, secure, and full of life. And within him, the refrain of shuddering faded. It was replaced by contentment and wisdom. He spoke softly to himself, almost as a whisper. I have learned. I have endured. I have shuddered. And I have grown. From that day on, he carried the lesson everywhere. Curiosity had led him forward. Courage had kept him steady. Patience had revealed the knowledge no one could teach directly. The story of the youth who went forth to learn what fear was became known throughout the kingdom. People admired him, not for wealth alone, but for perseverance, insight, and humility. And the moral lingered. Sometimes the greatest lessons come not from what terrifies us, but from what awakens our hearts to understanding and wisdom. The youth smiled once more, watching the sunlight dance across the palace walls. He was at peace. He was content. He had learned what it meant to truly shudder. And in doing so, he had discovered the quiet power of courage, curiosity, and patience. Far away in an eastern kingdom, there lived a great king. His beard was long and bushy. It looked like an old mop. People called him Grisly-Beard. He had a daughter. She was beautiful, but proud and vain. She thought no prince, duke, or nobleman was good enough. She would mock them all. One day, the king held a grand feast. He invited every suitor in the land. Kings, princes, dukes, earls, and knights all came. They lined up, waiting for the princess. When she entered, she smiled, but not kindly. She pointed at the first guest. "Too fat," she said. The mare was too tall. "What a string bean," she laughed. The mare too short. "Like a dumpling," she snickered. She found a joke for everyone. Then she came to her father. She looked at his beard. "It's like a scruffy old mop," she said. From that day, everyone called him Grisly-Beard. The king's face turned red. He was furious. "Daughter," he said, "you will marry the first man who comes to our door, no matter who he is." A fiddler came to the kingdom. He was dirty and worn. Under the princess's window, he began to play. His bow danced across the strings. Passers-by stopped. He sang and begged for alms. The king heard the music. He was curious. "Bring him in," the king said. The fiddler entered the hall. He bowed low. Then he played again. The music was sweet and lively. Everyone listened, enchanted. The king clapped his hands. "You have sung well," he said. "You shall have my daughter in marriage." The princess gasped. She begged. She pleaded. "Father, please." But the king's voice was firm. "I have promised. You will marry him." The parson was called. The wedding took place. The princess frowned. She whispered. She cried. She tried to resist. Nothing worked. Soon they set out on a journey. The fiddler led the way. They passed a great forest. "Whose is this wood?" she asked. "All mine," said he. They came to wide, green meadows. "Whose land is this?" she asked again. "All mine," he said. Finally, they reached a shining city. "Whose city is this?" she asked quietly. "All mine," he answered. The princess sighed. Regret weighed on her heart. She thought, maybe I should have married King Grisly-Beard. A quiet sadness settled over her. At last, they reached a small, humble cottage. It looked plain and worn. The princess wrinkled her nose. "This is where we will live?" she asked. The fiddler nodded. "You must do everything yourself," he said. "Carry water, make the fire, cook your food." The princess hesitated. She had never done such work. She tried to light the fire. Smoke filled the room. She spilled water on the floor. Her hands trembled as she chopped vegetables. Nothing went right. "Try basket weaving," the fiddler suggested. She sat and bent the willow strips. Her fingers were sore and red. The baskets broke again and again. "Then spin the thread," he said. She took the spindle. The fibers cut her soft fingers. Tiny drops of blood formed. The princess groaned. "This is impossible," she cried. "I cannot do anything." Frustration and despair filled her heart. She wanted to give up. The fiddler shook his head. "You must learn," he said gently. "This is life. Pride will not feed you." Slowly, the princess began to understand. She realized her beauty and title did not make her capable. She felt humility for the first time. A quiet lesson sank in. Pride could bring her low. The fiddler set up a small stall in the market. Pots and pans gleamed in the sun. "Stand here and sell," he told the princess. At first, she hesitated. She was not used to talking to strangers. But people came. They admired her beauty. They bought her wares without question. She smiled. For a moment, she felt proud. Then, disaster struck. A drunken soldier rode past. His horse crashed into the stall. Pots and pans flew in every direction. Glass shattered. Metal clanged. The princess sank to the ground. She began to cry. "What will I do now?" she sobbed. "What will my husband say?" The fiddler came. "Stop crying," he said. "You are not ready for this kind of work. I have a better plan." He led her to the king's palace. "There is a kitchen," he said. "They need a helper. You will have plenty to eat, and you will work." The princess took the job. She scrubbed, chopped, stirred, and cleaned. Her hands ached. Her back tired. Slowly, she grew stronger. She learned discipline. She learned patience. And she remembered the pride that had brought her here. By the end of the day, she understood one thing clearly. Beauty alone could not carry her through life. One morning, the princess looked out the window. She saw a great procession. The king's eldest son rode in shining armor. Golden banners fluttered in the wind. The court was full of music and color. She watched quietly. Her heart sank. She thought of her pride, of the way she had mocked the suitors, of the way she had laughed at her father. A wave of regret washed over her. She remembered the fiddler's kindness and the hard lessons of the cottage and market. She had been foolish. Her vanity had brought her low. The princess turned from the window. She gathered some extra meat and bread. She carried it home quietly. She thought about how lucky she had been to survive, to learn, and to change. Her mind was heavy with thought. She wondered what the future would bring. Could she ever make amends? Could she ever be wiser? A quiet understanding settled in her heart. Regret, yes, but also hope. She knew the final lesson was near. The princess took a deep breath. She felt ready, ready to face whatever was to come. The princess was nervous. She followed the fiddler to the ballroom. The music was loud. Golden lights sparkled on every wall. The king's eldest son stepped forward. "Will you dance with me?" he asked. The princess trembled. Her cheeks burned. She thought of all who would see her. The grand hall, the fine clothes, and her humble beginnings. Suddenly, the fiddler touched her hand. "Fear nothing," he said softly. She looked up. Then the truth came out. "I am King Grisly-Beard," he said. Her eyes widened. She stared. It could not be. The fiddler she had lived with in the small cottage. The man who had taught her, scolded her, guided her. He was the king. He smiled gently. All the hardships you faced, the chores, the spinning, the market, the kitchen, they were meant to teach you humility, to show you the folly of your pride, to help you become wiser. The princess sank to her knees. Relief and surprise flooded her heart. Her fears melted away. She realized the lessons were for her own good. She had learned patience, kindness, and humility. Tears ran down her cheeks. She smiled for the first time in a long while. Shock had given way to understanding. Her heart was light. Her mind was clear. She knew now the true meaning of wisdom. The chamberlains entered the room. They carried golden robes, fine silks and sparkling jewels. The princess gasped. She had never seen anything so beautiful. "Put these on," they said. Her heart raced. She dressed quickly, carefully. She felt like a new person. Outside, the courtyard buzzed with excitement. The king, her father, stood tall and proud. He smiled as he saw his daughter. The court cheered. "Welcome home," they cried. The princess ran to her father. She bowed low. He embraced her warmly. "I am proud of you," he said. Her heart swelled with joy. Tears came to her eyes. The marriage feast began. Music filled the air. Lutes, drums, and flutes played lively tunes. Dancers twirled. Guests laughed and clapped. The princess laughed too. She joined the dance, spinning and smiling. Tables overflowed with food. Singers sang songs of love and courage. Everyone celebrated. The kingdom rejoiced at the wedding of the princess and King Grisly-Beard. That night, the princess lay in her bed. She thought of the lessons she had learned. Pride and vanity had led her astray. Humility and kindness had set her right. She smiled softly. Her heart was full. She was ready for her new life. The kingdom slept peacefully. Joy was everywhere. And from that day forward, the princess never forgot the lessons of Grisly-Beard. Once upon a time, a king ruled a kingdom with a great forest. It was dark and thick. Animals lived everywhere. The forest was beautiful, but it was dangerous. One day, the king sent his huntsman into the forest. He was to bring back game. He never returned. The next day, 2 more huntsmen went in. They also disappeared. On the 3rd day, the king sent all his men. None came back. After that, no one dared enter the forest. It lay quiet for years. Sometimes an eagle or a hawk flew over. But the forest kept its secrets. One day, a brave huntsman appeared. He offered to enter the forest. The king tried to stop him. "It is too dangerous," the king warned. "You will never return," he said. But the huntsman was fearless. "I am not afraid," he said. He took his dog and set out. Soon, the dog chased something and stopped at a deep pool. A strange arm shot out of the water. It grabbed the dog and pulled it under. The huntsman ran to fetch help. When they looked into the pool, they saw a wild man. His skin was brown, like rusty iron. His hair was tangled, long as a river of dark thread. The wild man was captured. He was put in an iron cage. The queen kept the key. Now, the forest was safe again. The king had a young son, only 8 years old. He played every day in the castle courtyard. He ran, he laughed, he tossed his golden ball. It was his favorite toy. One morning, the boy threw the ball high into the air. It bounced. It rolled. And then it fell, right into the iron cage. Inside, the wild man waited. A hand shot out of the bars. It caught the ball. The boy ran to the cage. "Please, give me my ball," he cried. "Not until you open the door," said the wild man. "I cannot," said the boy. "My father forbade it." The next day, the boy returned. He begged again. The wild man's answer was the same. "I cannot open it." The king said no. But the boy's desire grew. On the third day, the king went hunting. The boy returned to the cage once more. "I cannot open the door," he said. "The key is under your mother's pillow," said the wild man. The boy's curiosity and desire won. He crept quietly into his mother's room. He lifted the pillow. The key was there. He ran back to the cage. The door creaked as he turned the key. His finger was pinched. The wild man grabbed the golden ball. The boy stepped back, frightened. "You must come with me," said the wild man. "Into the forest." The boy's heart pounded. "Will I see my parents again?" he asked. "Perhaps not," said the wild man, "but I will care for you. Obey my rules, and you will be safe." The boy followed him. The forest was dark. The trees towered overhead. Birds flitted. Shadows moved between the trunks. Everything seemed alive. The wild man led him to a clearing. In it stood a well. The water gleamed like gold. "Sit here," said the wild man. "Guard this well. Do not let anything fall in. Not a finger, not a hair." The boy obeyed at first. He stared at the water. He wanted to touch it. His finger brushed the surface. It turned gold. He tried to wash it off. Nothing worked. He hid his hand. The next day, a hare fell into the well. It too turned golden. "Patience," said the wild man. "You must not fail again. The third time, you can no longer stay." On the third day, the boy watched carefully. He bent over the well. He did not touch the water, but his long hair slipped forward. It glinted in the sunlight. Golden strands fell like silk. Terrified, he tied a handkerchief around his head. When the wild man returned, he saw everything. "Remove it," he said. The golden hair streamed free. "You have not passed the trial completely," said the wild man. "You must leave this forest now. Go into the world. Learn poverty. Experience life beyond these trees. But know this: if you are ever in danger, call my name. I will come. I have more gold and power than you can imagine." The boy nodded. He stepped forward into the unknown. The forest seemed endless. He remembered the golden well. He remembered the lessons. And he remembered the wild man's warning. He was ready. This was only the beginning of his journey. The boy would face hardship, patience, and courage. And he would grow. The boy left the forest. The trees disappeared behind him. The world beyond was wide and unknown. He walked for many days. He looked for work. He asked at shops. He asked at homes. No one would hire him. Finally, he reached the king's palace. He hoped for a small job. The courtiers were unsure. "What can this boy do?" they whispered. He was polite. He did not complain. They let him stay. At first, the cook took him in. "Carry the wood," said the cook. "Bring water. Stir the fire. Take food to the royal table." The boy did it quietly. He worked hard. He kept his cap on. His golden hair must not be seen. One day, the king noticed something strange. "Remove your hat when you come to the table." The boy bowed. "My head is sore, Lord," he said. The king frowned. "Why have you not told me this before?" The cook explained. The boy was moved to the gardener's care. Now he worked in the garden. He planted seeds. He watered flowers. He dug soil. He endured sun and wind. The gardener taught him patience. The boy learned discipline. One summer day, the air was warm. He removed his cap to cool his head. The sun shone on his golden hair. It glittered and flashed. The rays fell into the king's daughter's room. She rose quickly. "What is that shining?" she asked. The boy picked wild flowers. "Bring these to me," she said. He did. The gardener frowned. "Seek the finest flowers," he said. "Not these common ones." "No," said the boy. "The wild ones smell better." They will please her. He entered the room. The princess reached for his cap. She tried to remove it. He held it tightly. She gave him coins. He took them, but he did not keep them. He handed them to the gardener's children. They laughed and played. The next day, it happened again. Cap on, flowers picked, coins refused. The princess tried to see the hare. The boy resisted. Again, he gave the coins away. On the third day, the sequence repeated. Golden hair shone in the sunlight. The boy remained modest. He kept his pride in check. He learned humility. He worked hard. He spoke little. He helped everyone around him. He understood the value of effort. He learned that wealth and beauty were not enough. True growth came from work, patience, and giving. The boy was changing. From the proud child who chased a ball, he became cautious, disciplined, and thoughtful. He understood his place. He respected others' advice. He made careful decisions. By the third day, the princess had seen enough. She admired his golden hair, but also his kindness and modesty. The boy had not claimed gifts. He had shared. He had obeyed. He had grown. The world was larger now. The boy had learned the first lessons of life: hard work, humility, and patience. And yet, he knew more tests awaited. He remembered Iron Hans's warning, and he was ready for whatever came next. The kingdom was in trouble. Enemies approached with a mighty army. The people feared for their homes. The king gathered his men. He did not know if they could win. The boy stepped forward. "I will go to war," he said. The soldiers laughed. "You are just a gardener's boy," they mocked. "I do not fear," he replied. "I only ask for a horse." The stable offered a horse. It was lame. It had 3 legs. The soldiers laughed even more, but the boy mounted it anyway. He rode steadily out of the palace. When he reached the forest, he called 3 times, "Iron Hans, Iron Hans, Iron Hans." The trees echoed his voice. Then the wild man appeared. "Do you need my help?" Iron Hans asked. "I do," said the boy. Iron Hans returned with a powerful steed. The horse snorted and pawed the ground. Then came warriors, all clad in iron. Their swords glinted in the sunlight. The boy mounted the strong horse. He led the iron soldiers to the battlefield. The enemy had already pressed hard. The king's army was near defeat. The boy charged forward. Iron Hans's soldiers followed. They struck like a storm. The enemy fled. No one dared resist. The boy pursued them only a short distance. He did not want to be seen. He led the army back along hidden paths. Once safe, he returned the horse and soldiers to Iron Hans. "All is done," he said quietly. "Thank you, Iron," Hans replied. Then he vanished into the forest. The boy returned to the palace. The king's daughter came running. "You helped win the battle," she exclaimed. "No," he said. "An unknown knight arrived and saved the day." The king asked about the mysterious knight. No one knew his name. He had appeared suddenly and disappeared. The daughter was curious. She asked the gardener. The gardener smiled. "The boy has returned," he said. The soldiers laughed. "Here comes our little gardener's boy," they said. "He fought in the war?" The boy said nothing. He smiled quietly. He had done more than anyone guessed. Days passed, and the king proclaimed a feast. It would last 3 days. He invited all knights to catch a golden apple. The unknown knight might show again. On the first day, the boy called Iron Hans. He was given red armor. A spirited horse was ready. He joined the knights. When the princess threw the golden apple, he was the only one to catch it. He rode away immediately. The second day came. White armor, white horse. Again, he caught the apple. He left before anyone could see his face. On the third day, black armor, black horse. He caught the apple. Again. This time, a soldier got close. The horse leaped violently. The helmet fell off. Golden hair shone in the sun. The attendants ran back to the king. "The gardener's boy!" they shouted. Everyone was amazed. The king's daughter recognized him, too. She had seen him working in the garden. Now he was the knight who had caught all 3 apples. The boy stepped forward. He returned the golden apples to the king. He showed the wound from the soldier's sword. He admitted he had helped the king win the battle. The king was astonished. "You are no gardener's boy," he said. "Who are your parents?" "I am the son of a mighty king," the boy answered. "I have gold in plenty." The king bowed. "Then I owe you my thanks." The boy looked at the princess. She smiled and kissed him. Joy filled the palace. The people cheered. He had proved his courage, skill, and heart. The king had an idea. He would host a grand feast. It would last 3 days. He invited all knights from the kingdom. A golden apple would be thrown. Whoever caught it would show skill and bravery. The boy, now grown, remembered Iron Hans's warning. He needed help to appear as a knight. He went into the forest. "Iron Hans! Iron Hans! Iron Hans!" he called. The wild man appeared immediately. "What do you wish?" Iron Hans asked. "I want to join the festival as a knight," said the boy. "You shall have armor and horse," said Iron Hans. "Red for the first day. You will ride with skill and courage." The boy mounted the horse. He rode to the tournament field. The princess stood ready. She threw the golden apple with perfect aim. Knights leapt and tried to catch it. All failed. The boy stretched out his arm. He caught the apple with ease. He bowed slightly. Then he galloped away. No one could guess who he was. The second day came. Iron Hans equipped him in white armor. A white horse waited. The boy entered the field again. The princess tossed the golden apple. Again, he caught it. Again, he rode away before anyone could see his face. The king grew suspicious. "Who is this mysterious knight?" he asked. He ordered his men to follow whoever caught the apple. But the boy was clever. He rode by hidden paths. He avoided all who pursued him. On the third day, Iron Hans gave him black armor. A black horse, strong and swift. The boy rode to the field. The princess tossed the golden apple once more. He caught it. This time, a soldier came close. The horse jumped violently. The helmet fell. A flash of golden hair shone in the sun. The pursuers were shocked. The king's attendants returned in haste. "It is the gardener's boy!" they exclaimed. The boy's identity was almost revealed. He kept calm. He returned the apple to the princess. Then he rode away, safe and unharmed. The crowd murmured. The princess whispered to the gardener, "Who is he?" No one knew. The boy had shown skill, speed, and courage. He had outwitted everyone. Iron Hans had prepared him well. The king was amazed. "This knight is unlike any I have seen," he said. "Who could it be?" The princess smiled. She had noticed the boy's golden hair shining under the helmet. She wondered at the secret behind the mysterious knight. The feast continued. Laughter, cheer, and excitement filled the air. All the knights tried their best, but none could match the unknown champion. The boy had proved himself. He had caught the apple 3 days in a row. Skill, courage, and cleverness had won the day. Iron Hans watched from the forest. He knew the boy had passed the test. The young man had learned patience, obedience, and humility. Soon, the boy would reveal himself. But for now, the festival ended with suspense and admiration. The next day, The princess could not stop thinking about the mysterious knight. His skill, his speed, his bravery, everything was extraordinary. She remembered the flash of golden hair under the black helmet. She went to the gardener. "Tell me about your boy," she asked. The gardener smiled. "He is no ordinary boy," he said, "but a humble lad who works in my garden." The princess frowned, curious. Could the boy in the garden really be the knight? She decided to find out. The king called for the boy to come to the palace. He entered quietly, keeping his cap firmly on his head. No one could see his face or the golden hair underneath. The princess stepped forward. She reached for his cap. "Take it off," she said. "I wish to see who you are." The boy hesitated, then slowly removed it. Golden hair fell over his shoulders. It shone like sunlight. Everyone gasped. The king, the court, the princess, astonished. "Could it be?" the king whispered. The princess's eyes widened. "Yes," she said softly. "You are the knight who caught the golden apples all 3 days." The boy bowed. "I am the same," he said. "I caught the apples. I rode to battle and helped the king's army. I have done all I could to serve and obey." The king studied him closely. "You helped our kingdom defeat the enemy," he said. "You saved our men when the battle was almost lost. You did it in secret, without seeking reward." The princess could hardly contain her amazement. "All this time," she whispered, "and he was here, in our midst, as a gardener's boy." The boy continued, "I did not seek recognition. I wanted only to serve and to prove myself. I never wanted gold, nor fame, nor praise." The king smiled. "You have shown courage, skill, and loyalty beyond measure. No one else could have done what you have done. You have earned the admiration of all." The princess stepped closer. "You are not just a gardener's boy," she said. "You are a hero, a knight in every way, and your golden hair, your secret, is a mark of your greatness." The boy bowed again. "I am honored," he said quietly, "to serve, to obey, and to protect." The king turned to the court. "Behold our champion," he said, "the boy who worked in the garden, yet proved himself in battle and in the tournament. He is the knight who captured the golden apples, who aided in our victory, and who showed true heart." The court murmured in admiration. The princess smiled. "I am grateful for your bravery," she said. "You have shown wisdom, skill, and humility. I am proud to know you." The boy's secret was no longer hidden. His deeds were were recognized. His identity as the gardener's boy and as the mysterious knight was finally revealed. Iron Hans watched from afar, satisfied. The boy had passed the trials. He had learned patience, obedience, and courage. And now, the reward was ready. The court cheered. The princess and the king were filled with pride. The boy had proven himself in every way. Golden hair, humble heart, and skillful hands. He had earned his place among heroes. The boy stood before the king. He bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty," he said, "I wish to ask for your daughter's hand in marriage." The princess smiled. "I have long known your heart," she said, "and I would be honored to marry you." The court gasped, then cheered. Joy spread across the hall. The boy's parents arrived. Tears filled their eyes. They embraced their son. "Welcome home," they said. They had feared he was lost forever. Now he stood before them, grown, brave, and wise. The wedding preparations began at once. The palace was filled with music. Chamberlains brought beautiful robes and decorations. Tables were loaded with food. Fountains sparkled. Laughter and chatter filled the air. The princess and the boy exchanged smiles. Guests admired the young couple. They spoke softly to each other, hands intertwined. The room was alive with happiness. Then the doors opened. A stately figure entered. It was Iron Hans. The crowd fell silent. He approached the boy. "You have set me free," he said. "I was under enchantment, a wild man of the forest. Now all my treasures are yours." The boy looked at the golden hoard. Gold, silver, and jewels shimmered in the light. Iron Hans bowed. "You have earned this by courage, patience, and honor." The king and queen smiled. The princess blushed and laughed softly. The boy turned to her. "Our journey has been long," he said, "but together we will face every day with love and courage." The feast began in earnest. Dancers moved gracefully across the hall. Musicians played lively tunes. Guests clapped and sang along. Food and drink were shared freely. Stories of bravery and kindness were told. Iron Hans stayed for the celebration. He watched the young couple with pride. He had tested the boy, guided him, and now he could rest. The boy's parents joined the dancing. The princess laughed and twirled in her gown. The court rejoiced. At last, the day drew to a close. The couple stood together, hand in hand. Golden hair glimmered in the candlelight. He looked at her and smiled. She returned the smile. The king raised his goblet. To courage to love, and to wisdom, he said. The guests echoed, to courage, to love, and to wisdom. Iron Hans nodded, then turned and walked back to the forest. His task was complete. The boy had learned humility, bravery, and honor. He had found love and a life filled with joy. The palace grew quiet. The couple stood side by side, hearts full. They knew life would hold challenges, but together they were ready. And so, the tale of Iron Hans and the boy came to a happy end. Triumph, love, and wisdom had been won. The forest's secrets, the golden hair, and the courage of a humble boy dawn in memory. Peace reigned. Celebration continued. The kingdom rejoiced. And everyone, from the king to the smallest page, knew the moral. Bravery, patience, and a kind heart bring reward beyond measure. The boy and princess smiled at each other once more. Their journey was over. A new life had begun. Once there was a kingdom, rich and peaceful. A kind king ruled it. Everyone loved him. His queen was more beautiful than anyone had ever seen. Her hair shone like gold. Her smile could light up the darkest hall. But one day, she fell very ill. The people whispered and worried. The king could hardly bear to see her suffer. On her deathbed, she called him close. "Promise me," she said softly. "You must never marry again unless you find a wife as beautiful as me, with golden hair like mine." The king's heart broke. He swore he would keep his word. She smiled once more, and then she was gone. For months, the king mourned. He would not think of another bride. His advisors grew anxious. "Your kingdom needs a queen," they said. Messengers were sent far and wide. No princess could match the late queen's beauty. None had golden hair. Meanwhile, the king's daughter grew. She had her mother's golden hair. Her beauty was the same. The king looked at her, troubled. Could she be the only woman to keep his vow? The king looked at his daughter one day. Her hair was golden, like her mother's. Her eyes, her smile, even the curve of her cheek. It was all the same. A strange thought crept into his heart. Could she be the one to keep his promise? His grief made him blind. He thought of marrying her. The courtiers gasped. "Heaven forbid," they whispered. "Father should not marry his daughter," they said. "It will bring only misfortune." The princess overheard. Her heart raced. She shivered at the idea. Surely her father would forget. Surely he would give up. But she needed a plan. She had to stop him. "I will agree to marry," she said carefully, "but only if you do exactly what I ask." Her demands were strange, almost impossible. "One dress must shine as bright as the sun," she said. "Another must glow like the moon. The third must sparkle like the stars. And a cloak made from every kind of fur in the kingdom. Every beast must give a part of its skin." She hoped he would laugh. She hoped he would abandon the thought. But the king did not laugh. He called the best weavers and craftsmen. The sun dress was woven. The moon dress gleamed. The star dress sparkled like the night sky. Hunters scoured the forests and fields. Beasts were brought, and the finest furs stitched together. A cloak of 1,000 furs was made. The princess's hope faded. Her father would not give up. She had no choice. That night, under the cover of darkness, she packed her treasures: a golden ring, a necklace, and a brooch. She folded the dresses into a tiny nutshell. She smeared soot across her face and hands. She wrapped herself in the great fur cloak, and she ran. The castle slept as she fled. The roads were dark. The forest stretched endlessly ahead. She ran until her legs trembled. At last, she found a hollow tree. It was quiet. It was hidden. She curled up inside and closed her eyes. Sleep claimed her, but her journey had only just begun. Morning in the forest was quiet, but not for long. A king from a nearby land rode his horse, hunting with his dogs. The hounds sniffed the air and barked, circling around a hollow tree. "What's this?" the king asked. "Go and see," he ordered the hunters. The hunters peered inside. There, curled up in the shadows, lay a strange creature, covered in fur. It looked alive, but unusual. The girl awoke with a start. "I am just a poor child," she cried. "My father and mother are gone. Please, take pity on me." The hunters exchanged glances. "Very well," they said. "You shall come with us." And so, wrapped in the thick fur cloak, she was carried to the castle. From that day, she was called Catskin. Her new home was nothing like she imagined. She was given a small, dark corner beneath the staircase. No sunlight ever reached it. Every day, she carried wood, fetched water, tended the fire, plucked poultry, and cleaned ashes. Her hands were always dirty. Her back ached. Her heart longed for freedom. Then news came of a grand feast. Catskin approached the cook cautiously. "May I watch the celebration?" she asked. "Half an hour only," he said. "Then back to your chores." That night, she washed off the soot. Her golden hair gleamed. Her face shone. From her nutshell, she pulled the dress that shone like the sun. She stepped into the hall. Guests parted as if a princess had appeared. The king's eyes fell on her. He held out his hand, and they danced. He could not believe her beauty. When the music stopped, she curtsied and slipped away before anyone could follow. Back in her corner, beneath the stairs, she put on the fur cloak again. She reheated the king's soup. Then, quietly, she dropped her golden ring into the bowl. Later, the king tasted the soup. It was perfect. He noticed the ring at the bottom. "Who cooked this?" he asked the cook. I did," said the cook, nervous. The king was puzzled. Finally, the cook confessed. It was cat skin. The girl denied it, bowing low. "I know nothing," she said, and returned to her chores, hiding her secret and waiting for the next feast. Another celebration was announced. The castle buzzed with excitement. Catskin watched from her corner, heart pounding. When the hall filled with laughter and music, she asked the cook, "May I go up and see the feast?" "Half an hour," he said. "Then back to your work." Quickly, she washed the soot from her face and hands. Her hair gleamed golden in the torchlight. From her nutshell, she pulled the second gown, the one that shone like the moon. She stepped into the hall. Gasps echoed around the room. No one could believe their eyes. The king's gaze fell on her immediately. He held her hand, and they danced. He thought she had never looked more beautiful. As the music ended, she curtsied and slipped away, unseen. Back in her hidden corner, she put on the fur cloak again. She prepared the king's soup carefully. From her small treasures, she dropped a golden necklace into the bowl. The king tasted the soup. It was perfect again. "Who made this?" he asked the cook. I did," said the cook nervously. Finally, the truth came out. "It was cat skin," he admitted. She shook her head. "I know nothing," she said, bowing low, and returned to her chores. The third festival arrived. It was grander than before. Catskin's heart raced. She washed the soot off, pulled out the third gown, the one sparkling like stars, and stepped into the hall. The king could not look away. He held her hand and danced, more captivated than ever. While they moved through the crowd, he secretly slipped a golden ring onto her finger. The dance ended. She ran, as always. But this time, she stayed too long. She had no time to clean herself fully. She threw her fur cloak over the starry gown in a hurry, but one finger remained white. Back in the kitchen, she cooked the soup and dropped the golden brooch into the bowl. When the king called her, he noticed the white finger and the ring he had secretly placed there. Catskin tried to flee, but the fur cloak slipped just enough to reveal a shimmer of the starry dress beneath. For the first time, the king began to see the truth. The king stepped forward. He caught her hand gently. Catskin froze. She tried to pull away, but he held fast. The fur cloak shifted. A glimpse of the starry gown shimmered beneath. Her heart raced. She realized she could hide no longer. Slowly, she let the cloak fall away. Piece by piece, she removed it. Her golden hair tumbled down. Her face and hands were cleansed of soot. Her beauty shone like sunlight breaking through clouds. Everyone in the hall gasped. The guests stepped back. No one had seen such a maiden before, royal and radiant. She looked every bit a princess. Catskin bowed her head. I had to leave, she whispered. I could not stay in my father's house. She told of her escape, of the dresses, the fur cloak, and her nights in the forest. She did not speak of the fear and sorrow in full. Some pain remained hidden in her heart. The king listened. His eyes softened. He understood the courage it took to survive alone. He saw the cleverness in her plans. He saw her noble heart. The golden ring, necklace, and brooch she carried told their own story. The sun, moon, and star dresses proved her wisdom and bravery. He finally recognized her for who she truly was. Your story is brave, the king said gently. You have endured much, and you have triumphed. He smiled. She is no mere kitchen girl, he thought. She is a princess, born of courage and grace. Catskin lifted her eyes. The hall was silent. Then came a murmur of awe. All had witnessed the transformation. The king's heart was full. He had found his daughter, not as a threat, but as a princess of the highest virtue. The truth was revealed. At last, she could no longer hide. The king stepped forward. He raised his voice so all could hear. This maiden, he said, is no ordinary girl. She is a princess of courage, wit, and heart. The court murmured in awe. Catskin's eyes widened. Her heart pounded. Was it truly her turn to be seen as herself? You are the one I have long sought, the king continued. You have endured so much. You have shown bravery, kindness, and wisdom. And now you shall be recognized for all that you are. Catskin lowered her gaze. She hesitated. Could she truly step into this new life? All the years of hiding, of soot and ashes, weighed on her mind. The king smiled gently. "You are cherished," he said. "Never doubt your place here. You are loved, and you are safe." The princess looked around. The courtiers, once whispering behind her back, now bowed in respect. Her resilience and gentle heart had earned their admiration. Slowly, Catskin lifted her head. She felt a warmth she had not known in years, a sense of belonging, of hope, filled her chest. I will try," she whispered. The king nodded. "More than try. You will live openly, without fear, without hiding." From the castle, preparations began. The servants polished the floors. The banners were raised high. The musicians tuned their instruments. All awaited the celebration that would honor the future queen. Catskin watched, her golden hair glinting in the torchlight. She had walked through darkness and hardship. She had worn the fur cloak and soot, hidden herself from the world. Now she would step into the light. The king's promise was clear. No more shadows, no more disguise. She would never again be forced to live as a hidden child. The hall filled with cheers. Her courage, her intelligence, her kindness recognized. The princess smiled. A real smile, not hidden behind soot or cloak. She had survived, and now she was honored. The court, the king, the entire kingdom acknowledged her as a princess in every sense. A new chapter had begun, one of respect, love, and light. Catskin, the brave, would never again be unseen. The day of the wedding arrived. The castle sparkled like the sun. Flags fluttered in the breeze. Music rang through the halls. The grand hall was filled with light. Courtiers, nobles, and servants gathered. All eyes were on Catskin. Her golden hair shone brighter than ever. Her heart raced with excitement and wonder. The 3 magical dresses were placed on display. The sun-bright gown, the moonlit dress, and the sparkling stars. They were reminders of her journey, of courage, cleverness, and hope. The kingdom had seen her hidden, but now she stood fully revealed. The king approached. He took her hand with a gentle smile. "This is your day," he said. "You have earned every honor, every blessing." Catskin's eyes filled with tears. She had survived hardship, fear, and hiding. Now she would be celebrated, loved, and free. The wedding ceremony began. The vows were spoken simply, yet full of promise. The king and Catskin were joined as one. The court cheered, loud and joyful. Flowers were thrown. Laughter and music filled every corner. The feast that followed was unlike any other. Tables groaned under the weight of food. Candles flickered in golden holders. Stories of Catskin's courage were whispered and shared. Guests toasted her bravery. They celebrated her cleverness and her kind heart. Days passed in celebration. The kingdom rejoiced. Catskin's life had changed completely. No longer a hidden, sorrowful child, she now walked with honor and respect. The story of Catskin became a tale told for generations, of a girl who escaped danger, who kept her heart kind, and whose truth could not stay hidden. In the end, love and courage triumphed. The kingdom thrived in joy and harmony. Catskin and the king lived happily together. The people never forgot the strange, wondrous tale of the girl in the fur cloak. A story of hope, resilience, and the light that comes after darkness. And so, Catskin's journey ended as it should, with honor, love, and happiness. The kingdom remembered her courage, and they all lived happily ever after. A poor widow lived in a tiny cottage. It stood alone at the edge of the forest. In front, 2 rose bushes grew. One bloomed white, the other bloomed red. She had 2 daughters. The elder was called Snow White. She was quiet and gentle. She helped her mother and loved to read. The younger was Rose Red. She was lively and full of energy. She ran in the meadows. She picked flowers and chased butterflies. Despite their differences, they were inseparable. They always held hands. They shared everything. They looked out for each other. Animals trusted them. Birds would land nearby. A lamb would eat from their hands. Sometimes they wandered into the forest. No harm ever came to them. It was as if something watched over them. Their days were simple and joyful. They tended the garden. They helped their mother. They spun wool and played by the hearth. A white dove perched nearby. The roses reflected the girls. Snow White was calm, like the white rose. Rose Red was bright and lively, like the red rose. Life was peaceful. But adventures were about to begin. Snow fell gently on the little cottage. The fire crackled inside. The room smelled of warm bread and herbs. The lamb lay curled on the floor. The white dove tucked its head beneath its wing. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. Rose Red jumped. She ran to open it, her heart beating fast. A huge black bear stood there. Its fur was thick and wet with snow. It shivered and lifted its broad head, looking at them. Its eyes were calm, almost gentle. Snow White hid behind their mother. She trembled. Rose Red froze. The mother smiled softly. "Do not be afraid," she said. "You are welcome here. You mean no harm." The bear moved closer, its breath clouded in the cold air. It crouched by the door, trying to warm itself. The girls stepped forward slowly. They brushed the snow from his coat. They tugged at his fur, giggling. Rose Red stepped on his back. Snow White rolled him gently in the soft hearthrug. The bear growled low, not angry, but playful. Soon, the bear grew used to them. Every night, it returned. It lay by the fire, warm and safe. The girls laughed. They played tricks on it, and it accepted them all. Even the lamb and the dove stayed near. No fear, no harm. Life went on peacefully. Snow White helped their mother with the housework. Rose Red ran through the garden and meadows. But the bear was always there. It was gentle, patient, protective. It watched over them like a silent guardian. In the forest, the children wandered safely. The birds sang. The deer grazed nearby. Even the wolves did not come close. The bear's presence made everything feel secure. Little did the sisters know, this unusual visitor was no ordinary creature. It would soon play a far greater role. It would protect them from danger. It would help them triumph. And it would become a lifelong friend. One bright morning, Snow White and Rose Red wandered into the forest. Sunlight filtered through the trees. Birds chirped, and squirrels darted among the branches. As they walked, something unusual caught their eyes. A small figure struggled near a fallen tree. A long white beard was caught in a deep crack. The little man jumped and tugged, but it would not come free. "Help! Help me!" the dwarf shouted, his voice shrill with anger. "Clumsy children, can you not see what you do? My beard, my beautiful beard." His red face and fiery eyes made the girls step back. He flailed, threatening them, but there was a hint of comical frustration in his movements. Snow White stepped closer. "Don't worry, we'll help," she said softly. She carefully cut the tangled end of the beard with her scissors. At last, the dwarf was free. He straightened, muttering angrily, "You've ruined the best part of my beard." Then he grabbed a small bag of gold lying nearby and stormed off, muttering curses. The sisters watched him leave. Rose Red shrugged. "Some people are never thankful," she said. Snow White nodded. "But at least he's safe." A few days later, they returned to the brook. The dwarf sat fishing again, humming grumpily. Suddenly, a giant eagle swooped down, claws outstretched. It grabbed the dwarf by surprise, lifting him toward the water. "Hold on!" Snow White shouted. Rose Red ran to help. Together, they grabbed him just in time. He flailed and cursed, but they held tight. Finally, he was safe on solid ground. The dwarf scowled, brushing himself off. "You fools! You nearly ruined my fishing!" Then he secretly left a small sack of pearls behind. Without another word, he disappeared among the trees. Snow White and Rose Red smiled at each other. "Even when people are grumpy, we can still help," Snow White said. The forest seemed brighter again. Birds sang, leaves rustled, and the sisters continued their walk. They helped every creature they met, even if it was ungrateful or stubborn. Their kindness never wavered. Their courage, care, and cleverness grew stronger each day. And every act of kindness, no matter how small, was rewarded in ways they could not yet see. The forest was quiet, but a shadow moved quickly among the trees. The dwarf appeared again, greedy eyes on his stolen treasures. He laughed, sharp and cruel. "I will take everything, even the girls," he shouted. The bear stepped forward. His black fur bristled. He growled low, a warning. The dwarf sneered, but he underestimated the bear's strength. With one swift move, the bear struck. The dwarf tumbled over rocks and branches. He tried to escape, but the bear was faster. The mischief and danger ended. The forest was safe once more. Snow White and Rose Red watched, hearts pounding. The bear approached them gently. Then, slowly, his fur shimmered. It melted away like morning mist. Before them stood a handsome prince dressed in gold. His eyes were kind. He smiled. I am the prince," he said softly. "I was cursed by the wicked dwarf. He stole my treasures and trapped me in this form. Thanks to you, he is gone, and the curse is broken." The sisters could hardly believe it. They had helped, risked, and cared for so many. And now, magic and justice had come together. Soon, a grand celebration followed. Snow White married the prince. Rose Red married his brother. The sisters' laughter filled the halls. The children inherited the dwarf's treasures. Gold, jewels, and pearls shone like stars. Their mother lived in peace. Every year, The white and red roses bloomed in the garden. The cottage that once seemed small and lonely now felt alive. Joy, courage, and kindness filled every corner. The sisters had grown wise and brave, and the prince promised to protect them forever. The forest, once full of shadows and threats, seemed bright and warm. Even the birds sang louder, as if celebrating the happy ending. Snow White and Rose Red held hands, just as they had always done. Only now, their happiness was safe, lasting, and full of love. The forest was calm. Snow White and Rose Red walked hand in hand. The sun shone through the trees, warming the ground. Their mother smiled softly. Her eyes were full of pride and relief. The cottage felt alive again. Laughter filled the rooms. The hearth glowed warmly, just as it always had. The prince visited often, bringing gifts and kindness. His brother joined them too. The girls had grown brave, wise, and caring. Everyone celebrated their courage and cleverness. Even the animals returned to the garden. The lamb nuzzled Snow White. The white dove perched quietly above, watching. The rose bushes bloomed brightly. The white rose glimmered in the sunlight. The red rose glowed like tiny flames. They seemed to celebrate the girls' enduring bond. Snow White tended the flowers carefully. Rose Red scattered petals along the path. Every year, the roses reminded them of what they had overcome, of love, trust, and goodness. The cottage, once quiet and lonely, was full of warmth. Peace had returned to the forest and home. Neighbors and friends came to visit. They heard the story of the bear, the dwarf, and the brave girls, and they marveled at their kindness and courage. The sisters often reflected on their adventures. They remembered the dangers they faced. They remembered the friendships they had formed, and they felt gratitude for the magic that had guided them. The story, now, had a gentle rhythm. Each day brought joy, harmony, and laughter. The girls' hearts were full. The mother's eyes sparkled with contentment. The roses swayed in the breeze, as if nodding in agreement. And so, peace settled over the cottage, over the forest, over the hearts of Snow White, Rose Red, and everyone they loved. The girls had grown, learned, and triumphed. Their world was brighter, safer, and filled with love, and they knew that goodness, kindness, and courage would always be rewarded. The castle bells rang. Snow White and Rose Red stood side by side. The prince and his brother approached them. "Your bravery has saved the forest," said the prince, "and your kindness has touched every heart here," added his brother. The sisters blushed. They had never thought of themselves as heroes. Yet the villagers and court whispered their admiration. They had seen how the girls had helped the bear, the dwarf, and even small creatures along the way. Everyone celebrated their courage and empathy. The girls felt a warm pride, but they remained humble. They held hands, just as they had in the forest. Their bond was stronger than ever. The community cheered for them, honoring not just their deeds, but their gentle hearts. The prince spoke again. "You will always be safe here. Your home is full of love and care. You will never want for anything." The sisters smiled. They knew the promise was true. Feasts were prepared. Tables groaned under warm bread, roasted meats, and sweet cakes. Flowers decorated the hall, white and red roses intertwined. Music floated in the air. Children laughed. Animals frolicked near the windows. The sisters moved through the crowd. They greeted friends, family, and villagers. Everyone wanted to thank them, hug them, or hear their story. And yet, Snow White and Rose Red never let pride enter their hearts. They listened, learned, and shared smiles. The court sang praises. The castle echoed with joy. The girls' bravery was remembered, but so was their kindness. They had shown that courage and goodness could go hand in hand. The prince and his brother watched them carefully. They promised to protect them, guide them, and honor their decisions. The sisters knew their lives had changed forever. They felt safe, happy, and loved. The evening ended quietly. The sisters sat beneath the white and red roses, reflecting on their journey. They had faced danger, helped those in need, and earned respect without losing their hearts. And they knew that in their home, in their family, and in their hearts, the values of loyalty, goodness, and courage would always flourish. Peace settled over the castle. Harmony filled every room, and the girls' smiles shone brighter than ever before. The castle sparkled with light. Banners hung from every wall. Music played, joyful and bright. Snow White married the prince. Rose Red married his brother. The halls were filled with laughter. Feasts overflowed with food and sweet treats. Villagers, friends, and family danced together. Everyone celebrated the sisters' courage and kindness. The girls had never known such happiness. Their past deeds, helping the bear, saving the dwarf, protecting creatures, had not gone unnoticed. They were rewarded with love, honor, and a life of abundance. Their hearts remained gentle, humble, and warm Outside, the garden bloomed as it always had. White roses and red roses intertwined. The fragrance drifted through the castle windows. The sisters often walked among them, hand in hand, just as they had in their small cottage. The roses reminded them of who they were, and of the harmony and love that had always guided them. The mother smiled, watching her daughters. Her heart swelled with pride. The years of care, teaching, and guiding had borne fruit. The cottage, the animals, the forest, all continued to thrive in peace. Even the bear, now a prince, visited the garden often. He watched over the family, kind and protective. All creatures, big and small, felt safe near them. The forest was calm, and the sun always seemed to shine brighter. The story of Snow White and Rose Red became known far and wide. People spoke of their courage and their empathy, of how kindness and bravery could face danger and injustice, and how goodness, in the end, is always rewarded. As evening fell, the sisters sat together. The roses glowed softly in the fading light. The home was warm, the hearth alive with fire. Peace filled every room, every corner, every heart. And so life moved on, happy and secure. The sisters' bond remained unbroken. The forest, the animals, the castle, they all lived in harmony. Snow White and Rose Red learned that courage, empathy, and kindness create a life of joy, and that the simplest acts of goodness can bring the greatest rewards. White roses, red roses, peaceful home, hearts full of love, and a story remembered forever. The house of stories glowed softly in the quiet night. Every room held a gentle light, like a memory remembered. Inside, each dreamer carried treasures from these rooms. A tiny candle flickered in the mind. A smooth stone hummed softly. A bird's feather drifted on an imagined breeze. Each keepsake waited to be held again. The storyteller leaned close, whispering, "This house is yours," they said. "Walk through its rooms in your dreams. Keep them safe, and return whenever you wish." Sleep wrapped the listeners like a warm blanket. Outside, the moon rested softly. Good night.